also possesses a monster summoning system, which means his power is absolutely insane on the battlefield. Our story begins at West Sea Academy, where the principal is addressing the student body. Swoosh. For 3 years, you have all diligently studied the theories related to class changes. Today is that day. The day of the awakening ceremony is the day that will decide your entire future. The principal, Lucian Van, hopes that all students can achieve a high-level class, just like their upperclassman, Celeste, who has become a pillar of humanity. Celeste has now reached level 81 as a divine grade mage. Hearing the principal's words, the students are buzzing with excitement. Before them lies the awakening formation. Our protagonist is Ashlyn. He's been in this world for years, and this awakening ceremony is the day he's been waiting for most. In this world, the lines between reality and a game have blurred. Not only are there countless dungeons and secret realms, but there are also monsters. After awakening, players can challenge dungeons and secret realms or hunt demonic beasts to gain experience, level up, and enhance their skills and power. Countless human heroes have fallen in the war against demons, carving out a space for humanity. It is thanks to those fallen heroes that mankind can live in peace today. Of course, the ones who benefit most in this world are the main combat classes, followed by support classes, and finally, lifestyle classes. Combat and support classes are divided into 5 ranks: low, mid, high, rare, and legendary. Among them, a legendary rank class hasn't been seen in the entire city of West Sea for over a decade. At that moment, the principal activates the awakening formation, and the students surge with eagerness, ready to test their fate. One of Ashlyn's classmates, Leo Gao, comes over and asks him what class he's hoping to get. Leo is incredibly hyped. He wants to become a knight more than anything. With his rugged face and solid physique, he'd look epic as a knight, and then he could protect all the cute girls. Leo says that with academic scores as good as Ashlyn's and Stellasia's, they're guaranteed to get decent classes. A few other students come over, telling Leo not to waste his breath since Ash never talks to anyone anyway. So what if his grades are a little better? Big deal. Maybe today he'll just awaken as a normal lifestyle class. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for the latest videos. Leo slicks his hair back and tells them not to judge Ash like that. He's just a quiet guy. Standing next to the principal is Master Tion, a second-year array grandmaster. Today, he is the one assisting the students with their awakening. Ash looks at the old man in surprise. He hadn't expected to see a grandmaster, a rare rank support class. The principal then picks up the list and begins calling out names. Whoever is called steps into the formation to awaken. The first one up is a handsome young man named Tuanan. As soon as he steps into the formation, he awakens as the lifestyle class, Farmer. He can't believe he only got a common lifestyle class. The students below start whispering. Tuanan's Farmer class isn't so bad. If he can upgrade to a Master Farmer or even a Saint Farmer in the future, he'll be set. Among lifestyle classes, Farmer is actually considered pretty decent. The next students step up one by one as the principal calls their names. Some become chefs, others doctors. Man, if only real life were this easy. Just a quick class change instead of the headache of college entrance exams and choosing a career. Master Tion notes that this year's students seem pretty average. The principal agrees. So far, not a single rare class has appeared. Master Tion scoffs inwardly. This West Sea Academy hasn't produced a rare class in years. At this point, even a high-rank class would be a blessing. The principal can only force a smile. The entire city of West Sea only sees 1 or 2 rare classes a year. How could he dare hope for a miracle from his small academy? The next student to undergo the awakening is Stellasya. Before stepping into the formation, she glances towards Ashlyn. I'll show you who the real genius is. Although both Stella and Ash were known as the top geniuses of the academy, she always knew he was leagues ahead of her. but she would never admit defeat. Master Tion is suddenly startled. That girl, she's not bad. Her spiritual power is more than twice that of an ordinary person. There's a high chance she'll become a mage. The principal is also surprised. Doesn't that mean she'll get a high-rank main combat class? If she gets a special attribute on top of that, it could even be a rare class. The moment Stella steps into the formation, the entire array lights up and streaks of light collide with each other, creating a dazzling explosion that shocks everyone. Stella has awakened as the main combat class, Elemental Mage. This is a rare rank class. The other students are stunned and ecstatic. Not only did she get a main combat class, but it's an Elemental Mage. They say a high-level Elemental Mage can wipe a whole city off the map with a single divine grade forbidden spell. As expected of West Sea Academy's genius, Master Tion personally congratulates Stella. She bows her head respectfully. Thank you for the praise, Senior. Stella's close friends cheer her on, saying she's amazing and that this time she'll definitely surpass that annoying Ash Lin. Just then, the principal calls out Ash's name. He walks right past her without a second glance. Please subscribe to support my channel. The principal asks Master Tion what he thinks of the boy. The Grandmaster replies that other than his cold demeanor, there's nothing special about him. The principal chuckles, saying West Sea Academy has two geniuses with outstanding scores. Stella, who just awakened, was ranked second, while Ash Lin has always been first. Master Tion scoffs, telling the principal that academic scores have jack all to do with one's awakening. It's like graduating from a top engineering school, only to end up as a delivery driver. Still, the principal holds high hopes that Ash can also achieve a rare rank class. The moment Ash steps into the formation, it erupts in a crimson-purple light, a pillar of energy shooting straight into the sky. The sky darkens as storm clouds gather, blotting out the sun. The principal and the Grandmaster both recognize this as a rare phenomenon that occurs during an awakening. Subscribe to La School so you don't miss any awesome videos. A phenomenon this massive, could this be another rare rank awakening? If so, West Sea Academy would finally have something to boast about. Will Ash be a combat type or a support type? The most shocked person is probably Stella, watching from below. This phenomenon is far more powerful than hers was. Am I going to lose to him again? A student points upwards, noticing movement within the dark clouds. The clouds are illuminated by flashes of lightning, revealing a celestial army of thousands upon thousands of undead soldiers. The students are terrified. Stella knows this is just a phenomenon, but it feels all too real. Even she feels a tremor of fear, knowing she couldn't possibly stand against this power. The celestial army descends, pouring into Ash Lin's body. At this moment, he has obtained the main combat class, Necromancer. This is a unique hidden class. Ash looks at the spectral energy in his hand. A unique hidden class. That means he is the one and only Necromancer in the entire world. Unless he dies, a second one will never appear. This class is rarer than a rare rank, rarer even than a legendary rank. This far exceeded his expectations. Now that I'm a Necromancer, all you monsters out there are so dead. The students below murmur among themselves. Some think he's incredible for getting a unique hidden class, but others claim it was just luck, maybe even a malfunction in the formation. A few jealous onlookers sneer that a hidden class isn't necessarily strong. History has seen plenty of useless hidden classes. It's just rare, not powerful, but that phenomenon was terrifying. Plus, he's a Necromancer. Doesn't that mean he'll be dealing with the dead? That bookworm was already quiet enough. Now that he's communing with corpses, it's a perfect fit. He won't have to talk to the living anymore. Just as Ash steps down, Master Tion calls him over. He's never seen this hidden class before and wants Ash to demonstrate one of his skills. Ash tells the senior to wait a moment. He currently has two skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Iron rank, and soul flame. His spiritual power is quite strong, befitting a necromancer, a type of mage class. But the summoned skeleton warrior skill is similar to a summoner class. He decides to use Summon Skeleton Warrior, consuming 10 spiritual points. Instantly, an iron-ranked skeleton warrior, armed with a sword, claws its way out of the ground as if summoned from death itself. Remember to subscribe to get the latest updates. The students recoil in fear, shocked that he summoned one of the skeletons from the dark clouds. Master Tion fires a blast of energy that grazes the skeleton's face, instantly putting it on alert. If Ash doesn't give an order within 10 seconds, it will automatically counterattack. Ash immediately commands the skeleton to stand down. The Grandmaster is astonished. This kid is only level 1, yet his summon already views him as a threat. However, this skeleton warrior's stats are ordinary, and Ash is only level 1, so it's impossible to tell how strong the class truly is. Perhaps, as he levels up, this skeleton will become more formidable. His curiosity satisfied, the Grandmaster tells Ash to keep working hard, saying he has great potential. Ash bows to the senior and walks away. The other students shrink back, not daring to get close. Only Liu Gao is excited. He wants to check out the skeleton. Is this thing strong? It looks pretty beat up and tattered. Just then, Leo is called up by the principal for his awakening, so he leaves Ash. Ash also dismisses his undead summon. His summon space is now 1 out of 10, with a skeleton warrior count of 1. A realization dawns on Ash. His summon space can store his summoned creatures. Furthermore, he can summon them at will without consuming any more spiritual power, and the space capacity will increase with his level. Come to think of it, back in the dark clouds during his awakening, he thought he saw a true necromancer. One day, he too will reach the pinnacle of power, capable of slaying giant dragons in the blink of an eye. Just then, Liu Gao returns. As predicted, he awakened as a knight, a high-rank class. He declares that from now on, he and Ash will conquer dungeons together. He'll be the frontline tank. To get to you, Ash, they'll have to get through me first. Ash sighs and corrects him. You mean they have to get through you first? Leo laughs loudly, admitting he said it backward on purpose just to finally make the stoic Ashlyn speak. The awakening ceremony finally concludes, and the principal steps up to the podium. Regardless of the class awakened, the school has arranged leveling spots for everyone. Tomorrow, the novice leveling dungeon of West Sea City will open. He hopes all students will strive to achieve good results in the final exam a week from now to get into their desired academies. Ash stands below, thinking. Although the monsters in the novice dungeon are only between levels 1 and 8, they are few in number and not very difficult, making it much safer than venturing into the wild. Stella Xia runs up to him, challenging him to a competition to see who gets a better score on the final exam. Ash agrees without a second thought. Stella refuses to keep losing to him. Even though she lost again in today's awakening, she won't give up. Back home, Ash looks at a family photo. Grandma, I succeeded in my awakening. It's a super rare hidden class. Sis, just you wait. I'm going to get into Sky Capital Academy too. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. He opens it to find the principal, who has brought him some living supplies. The principal recalls that last year, only his sister, Hannah Lynn, was accepted into Sky Capital Academy. He had promised Hannah he would take good care of her little brother, which is why she agreed to go. He has to keep his promise. He tells Ash to get a good rest for the dungeon tomorrow. Ash thanks the principal and goes inside to rest when a system notification suddenly pops up, confusing him. System has detected that the host has awakened the Necromancer class, which meets the requirements of the strongest system talent. Binding in progress. Loading world data. Optimizing skills. Complete. You have awakened the unique divine grade talent. Absolute growth. All skill effects are increased by 500%. He also gains the passive skill damage transfer, which transfers any damage he receives to his summons. An extra talent and a passive skill. This truly lives up to the name Divine Grade. He immediately summons a Skeleton Warrior to test it. The Skeleton Warrior's stats have all increased fivefold. Combined with the damage transfer skill, he is now invincible against anyone at the same level. The next day, the students gather in front of the novice leveling dungeon. Leo runs up, wanting to form a party. But Ash refuses. Partying up would slow down his leveling speed. Going solo is the fastest way. Leo gets angry. "You damn brat, looking down on me, huh?" Just then, Stella Xiao walks over, agreeing with Ash's point. To party up, both members need similar experience, and according to their seniors, soloing is more efficient for anyone below level 10. Partying is only necessary after reaching level 10. The principal arrives and announces that besides Stella and Ash, all other main combat classes must bring a support class into the dungeon. Don't just think about soloing. You'll all soon learn that in a dungeon, you can't be without support. For now, at least, you're all classmates, so I trust there won't be any infighting. Other students wonder why only those two don't need a support class. The principal explains that Stella aims for Sky Capital Academy and needs to level up quickly. Plus, as a powerful elemental mage, she can handle it. As for Ash, he doesn't fully understand his class or its combat power, so any support class students can ask Ash if he wants to team up. But most of the support students are scared of his skeletons and don't want to party with him. Ash takes out his scepter and tells the principal that he also intends to enroll in Sky Capital Academy, so soloing is better for him. The principal is surprised to hear this, because getting into Sky Capital Academy is incredibly difficult. Applicants need to be at least level 12 before the exam, or level 15 to be safe. His sister, Hannah Lynn, only got in last year because she reached level 16. With only 1 week, how could he possibly reach level 12? The highest level monster in the novice dungeon is only level 8, which won't be enough to get him to level 12. Not to mention, there are many other requirements besides level that won't be revealed until the final exam. Despite the principal's words, Ash maintains his cold, determined expression, set on getting into Sky Capital. Stella stands before the dungeon entrance. "This time, I'll compete with you to see who levels up faster." Then she dives into the dungeon. What a competitive girl. Ash enters the dungeon shortly after. Last night, summoning one skeleton cost him 10 spiritual points, but after a night of meditation, he has recovered over 40 points. Now, he summons 4 more skeletons and sends them out to find and eliminate monsters. Every time a skeleton kills a monster, it just leaves behind a corpse. His experience bar increases by 1%. Killing 100 monsters will be enough to level up. Now he just needs to stand still and wait. The efficiency of these skeletons is insane. In just a few minutes, his experience has already reached 10%. Half an hour later, he levels up to 2. All his stats increase, and his summon space expands to 20. His skills, Soul Flame and Summon Skeleton Warrior, also reach level 2. He continues by summoning 2 more level 2 Skeleton Warriors. Their stats are boosted even further by his talent. With his Skeleton Warrior count now at 8, his monster-killing efficiency will increase even more. The 8 skeletons spread out across the map, exterminating monsters and causing his experience points to rise continuously. Unexpectedly, wherever the skeletons go, they leave a trail on his map. He realizes there are still some monsters nearby that his skeletons missed. No matter, this is a perfect chance to test his Soul Flame skill. He points at a monster stalking him and uses the skill. In just a few seconds, he eliminates a level 2 Gray Cat. Spiritual attacks are indeed powerful, bypassing all normal physical and magical defenses. A hidden class is truly formidable. With just these 2 skills, he has become this strong. Even without his talent, the Necromancer class would be no weaker than any legendary rank class. In the blink of an eye, he reaches level 3. He summons 3 more skeleton warriors to join the fray. 4 hours pass. The total combat time in the Novice Dungeon is 12 hours and 10 minutes. And now, Ash has reached level 4. At this rate, he'll hit level 5 within the next hour. If he can reach level 8 after this dungeon run, he can head to the outskirts of West Sea City, where higher-level monsters roam. Outside the dungeon, Stella's father has arrived to check on the situation, sitting and chatting over tea with the principal. He thanks the principal for taking care of his daughter over the years. The principal humbly replies that he didn't do much. It was all Stella's own effort. This time, her awakening was a huge success, granting her the rare class, Elemental Mage. Stella's father regrets being too busy yesterday to witness it himself, so he had to come today to see her clear her first dungeon. Celeste and Hannah were both rare classes before, and they both reached level 5 after this novice dungeon. Stella should be able to do the same. The principal notes that a student's leveling speed on the first day can often predict their future progress. If Stella can't reach level 5 today, it will be difficult for her to get into Sky Capital Academy later. The principal is worried about Stella, but he also hasn't forgotten about Ash. He wonders what level he'll reach. His hidden class is probably quite strong too. Once a student enters the dungeon, a 12-hour timer begins, after which they are automatically ejected. Now, they just have to wait and see what results the kids bring back. Stella's father asks if it's true that a hidden class also appeared during West Sea Academy's awakening ceremony yesterday. The principal confirms it was Ash Lin with a necromancer class. He's never seen it before, so he's unsure of its power. All I know is that his sister is Hannah Lin. If Stella makes it to Sky Capital Academy, perhaps she can ask Hannah to look out for her. Back in the dungeon, Ash realizes his skeleton warriors can be up to 500 meters away from him. Within this range, he can safely take a nap and still level up. Although his skeletons have spread out and killed many monsters, nearly 7 hours have passed, and he still hasn't encountered a single level 8 monster. Come to think of it, he wonders how the other students are doing. While strolling around, he suddenly thinks of a certain level 8 monster. A vine whips out, striking him and sending him flying. Fortunately, his damage transfer passive skill kicks in, so he's unharmed. In front of him is a level 8 vine fiend. In its normal state, it lies dormant, only attacking creatures that pass by. Ash looks at the plant with a smile. Finally, a level 8 monster. A level 8 monster in the Novice Dungeon is comparable to a wild monster. His skeleton warrior stats are already quite high. Let's see how many hits it takes to chop down this vine fiend. The skeletons immediately charge forward, but are met with fierce resistance from the plant. It takes 4 attacks to finally fell the vine. A level 8 monster requires 4 hits to kill. If that's the case, his leveling speed will slow down considerably. But this isn't the only plant like this around. There are hundreds of them. Looks like he can get a lot of experience points from these things. With that, his skeletons transform into a team of lumberjacks and charge forward to clear the entire forest of vine fiends. A while later, outside the dungeon gate opens, surprising the principal. Someone's coming out, but the time isn't up yet. The exit of the dungeon is guarded by a dense forest full of level 8 monsters. Seeing that the person emerging is Ash Lin, the principal is even more shocked. Ash calmly states that he killed all the monsters, so he had to leave early. The principal is astonished to see that Ash has already reached level 7. Reaching level 7 in just 10 hours is unbelievable. This is also the first time he's ever heard of someone clearing out all the monsters in the Novice Dungeon, and in only 10 hours. Ash says that there were too few monsters in the dungeon to reach level 8, so he wants to request permission to go to the outskirts for some field training. The principal is still reeling from the power of the necromancer and doesn't register his request at first. After a moment, seeing Ash waving his hand in front of his face, he snaps out of it and agrees, immediately writing an exit permit for him. He tells Ash to rest for a bit and wait for the other students to come out, then they'll all head back together. The principal returns to Stella's father, who is with a few other parents. They keep asking about the student who came out early, wondering if something went wrong or if he was injured and why he was alone. The principal smugly sips his drink and announces that the student was Ash Lin, the top student of West Sea Academy, who had cleared the novice dungeon, killing every single level 8 monster inside. The others are stunned by the news. They've never heard of how strong a legendary class is, but they know for sure that a rare class could never be this efficient. This means the Necromancer class might surpass all known rare classes and could be on par with a legendary class. The principal is extremely proud of his student. If Ash can get into Sky Capital Academy, West Sea Academy will gain immense prestige. Stella's father sighs, knowing his daughter has been competitive since she was a child. This will surely be a huge blow to her. The principal pats his shoulder and laughs. This isn't the first time. You should know. You're not home often, so you don't know. But for the past 3 years, Ash's scores have always been higher than Stella's. She's been number 2 for 3 years straight. Ash is sitting on a ledge, meditating to recover his spiritual power. The number of skeleton warriors he can summon is now 24, but his summon space has increased to 70. It seems it will take some time to fill it up. When the dungeon time ends, Stella emerges, feeling very satisfied and confident that she won this time. She has reached level 5, matching the record for the novice dungeon. As she's basking in her achievement, she sees Ash meditating in front of her. What's going on? What did he get out? And how is he already level 7? As she's pondering this, her father calls her over. She sadly gets into the car for her father to drive her home. He asks his daughter if she's competing with that boy. Stella looks down, defeated. That boy you're talking about, he's terrifying. In 3 years of high school, I haven't been able to surpass him even once. Her father chuckles and asks if she needs her old man to help out. Stella immediately gets angry and says no. This is her own business, and she refuses to lose forever. Her father laughs heartily. That's good, to be so confident. But let me just mention, that boy only took 10 hours to get out of the dungeon, and he killed every single level 8 monster inside before he left. Hearing this, Stella freezes. He killed all the level 8 monsters? I had just reached the level 7 monster area and hadn't even seen a level 8 monster before time ran out. Plus, he got out 2 hours earlier. If there were more monsters, wouldn't he have reached level 8? Back at the dungeon, Liu Gao has also come out. Seeing his friend at level 7, he runs over and hugs him, calling him Big Bro Ash and begging to be taken along next time. Ash agrees to wait for Leo tomorrow and go dungeon diving with him. The next day, Leo waits at the school gate for half the day but doesn't see him. He asks around and finds out that Ash has already gone to the outskirts for field training. Leo is furious for being tricked and wants to duel him, but the principal advises him to know his own limits. Even if he fought, he couldn't possibly win. It would be like an egg hitting a rock. Meanwhile, at the Divine Empire trading post, Ash is undergoing identity verification. After the system successfully confirms him as a citizen of the Divine Empire, he is granted access to the trading post. Ash browses through it, looking for a suitable quest. After a while, he finds only item procurement quests. He scrolls for a while until he finds a level 14 strategy quest for the West Sea Mines dungeon. Defeat the Goblin King for a reward of 10,000 gold. Ash finds this quest interesting, but such a high gold reward probably means it's quite difficult. Dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. Nightmare difficulty is several times harder than normal. Without a strong party, it's basically impossible to clear. Hell difficulty is not a place for average players at all. It seems he can't tackle this quest for now. Ash walks up to the city guard and introduces himself as a level 7 necromancer. The guard is bewildered. Necromancer? What kind of class is that? And what school lets a level 7 student leave the city? After Ash shows his valid exit permit, the guard lets him through, allowing him free passage throughout the Divine Empire from now on. He carefully reminds Ash that there are many monsters outside, so he must be careful and prioritize his safety, especially at night. If he encounters danger, he should run back here. His life is the most important thing. As soon as he steps outside the city walls, Ash realizes this place is no joke. Inside and outside the city are like two different worlds. He can even hear the roars of distant monsters. The air itself seems to carry the faint scent of blood. A small goblin is hiding near him. Ash senses its presence and immediately summons a skeleton warrior to take care of the goblin first. The goblin leaps up to attack him. It's a level 10 patrol unit. Even though Ash is only level 7, his skeleton warrior's stats far surpass this goblin's. The goblin swings its club at the skeleton's head, but it doesn't leave a scratch. The skeleton, with a single swing of its sword, cuts the goblin down. So this is the strength of a level 10 monster. Ash summons all his skeletons and sends them charging into a group of goblins, cutting them down relentlessly. At this rate of leveling, he can definitely reach level 15 before the final exams. But his sister was already level 16 before her entrance exams. How did she manage that? He pushes the thought aside, his resolve to get into Sky Capital Academy firm. Soon, he reaches level 10. His summon space has now expanded to 100, and he has summoned 40 skeleton warriors. His absolute growth talent has also reached level 2, increasing all skill efficiencies by 10 times. His Summon Skeleton Warrior skill can now summon bronze rank skeleton warriors. He notices that his other stats haven't changed much, increasing by 10 points with each level up, but his spiritual power has reached 300. It is said that after level 10, stats experience a major growth spurt. As a mage-type class, the biggest change for him is his spiritual power. Ash hadn't expected to reach level 10 so quickly. His talent is stronger, and his skeleton warriors have been upgraded to bronze rank. But that's not all. The bronze rank skeleton warriors also have an active skill, Brutal Strike, which deals 200% damage to the target with a 10-minute cooldown. It seems with bronze rank skeleton warriors, Ash can now walk through this area with confidence. Lost in thought, he turns around to find that all the surrounding monsters have been wiped out. Just as he's wondering what to do next, an arrow flies straight toward his face. He dodges the fatal blow, but the arrow still hits his shoulder. His passive skill, Damage Transfer, immediately activates, preventing him from taking any damage. He notices a girl in black rushing towards him. Was she the one who attacked me? No, that's not right. This girl looks like an assassin class, and that arrow was likely shot by someone with an archer class. The girl sprints past him. He notices 2 more people in the distance approaching. One holding a bow, the other a staff. They must be chasing that girl. But these 2 are idiots. They're going the wrong way. At this rate, they'll never catch up to the female assassin. The archer approaches and asks if he's seen a person in black run by. Ash glares at him with sharp eyes. You just shot an arrow at me. Apologize. The guy sees that Ash was clearly hit, but is completely unharmed. Realizing he shouldn't mess with him, he apologizes. Ash, like an adult scolding a child, tells him not to shoot randomly next time. The staff wielder notices the skeleton warrior next to Ash and prepares to attack in fear. That's an immortal summon. Only criminals with twisted, dark minds can awaken and summon this type of undead monster. This kid is definitely no good. The archer immediately stops his companion. It's best not to provoke this kid. He's not someone we can handle. The staff wielder is reluctant, but has to back down and leave. The flame in Ash's hand dissipates. If they had really dared to attack him, he would have shown them a world of hurt. At night, Ash sits on a cliff, watching his skeletons fight monsters below. The experience gain is too slow. After level 10, the required experience triples. He calculates that he needs to kill 5,000 goblins just to gain one level. Even though his skeleton warriors are tireless and have killed countless monsters along the way, he's not sure if he can even reach level 11 tonight. He looks up at the sky, knowing his time is limited, and jumps directly into the battlefield to fight personally. To get into Sky Capital Academy, he must work harder than anyone else. After a while of fighting, he reaches level 11 and sits by a fire to rest. At his current leveling speed, he can probably reach level 13 tomorrow, but it's unclear if he can hit level 15 the day after. After reaching level 15, the leveling speed will drop again, and it will take a full day to travel back. By that calculation, the highest he can get is level 16. How on earth did his sister level up so fast last year? Even though she's a legendary class sword dancer, her leveling speed couldn't have been that fast. He must be missing something. He remembers that after a dungeon run, his sister came back covered in injuries. Could it be that she partied with others to enter the West Sea Mines dungeon and gain more experience from the nightmare difficulty? He clenches his fist. That must be it. Tomorrow, I'll go check out that dungeon too. Suddenly, someone approaches, and his skeletons become alert. Could it be someone here to level up? But coming here in the middle of the night seems unlikely. Probably just a lost person. As the person gets closer, he recognizes her as the girl who ran past him this morning. She approaches cautiously and asks for some food. Without a word, Ash hands her a potato. The girl happily takes it, removes her mask, and eats as if she's starving. She eats too quickly and starts choking, so he kindly hands her a bottle of water. She gulps down the water, thanks him, and asks for his name, but Ash remains silent. The girl realizes he doesn't like to talk and suggests they use the appraisal skill on each other to communicate. They touch fingers, and a glow emanates from their hands. Ash is surprised because his appraisal skill failed. He couldn't get any information about her. The girl smiles as if she already knew his skill would be useless. Looking at his information, the girl is quite surprised. She has never heard of the Necromancer class before. The girl recalls seeing the skeleton warrior with him earlier. Is that your summon? An immortal summon like that is incredibly rare. The girl cheerfully asks him why he doesn't talk. Are you mute or something? A cute girl like me is trying to start a conversation, and you're just sitting there silently. From Ash's mouth, only two words emerge. Why not? Hearing his deep, warm voice, the girl is delighted. So you can talk. He repeats his question. Why not? She asks. The girl understands he's asking why his appraisal skill didn't work on her. She takes out a badge for him to see. This is a shielding leaf badge. As long as I carry it, anyone 10 levels lower than me who uses appraisal will have it fail. She puts the badge away and tells him to try again. Ash uses his appraisal skill once more. He learns that her name is Evening, and she is a level 19 shadow assassin. Suddenly, the girl becomes highly alert, looking behind her. Ash's skeletons also detect 3 people surrounding them. The girl stands up, annoyed. Just for a single mid-grade skill scroll, those guys have been chasing me for days. She turns to Ash and says she has to go. If there's a chance, I'll find you again to chat. An arrow flies straight towards her, but with an assassin's agility, she easily dodges it. The arrow hits the ground and emits a red glow that envelopes both of them. They have been marked. This is an anti-stealth skill of an archer, just like Sova's recon bolt. The girl is a little flustered, but Ash remains cool and collected. This skill can mark a target, making them more visible and unable to enter a stealth state. It's a skill specifically designed to counter assassins with stealth abilities and some stealthy monsters. It seems they came prepared to ambush them. The girl raises her dagger defensively and tells Ash she's not involved in this. She'll hand over the skill scroll, and they can all go their separate ways. The archer, perched on a tree, looks down arrogantly. A day ago, that would have been fine. But now we want to kill you both. The dead can't talk, so no one will ever know we have a mid-grade skill scroll. The girl sees that Ash is only level 10 and can't let him get dragged into this. She turns and tells him she'll hold them off while he runs. He asks, "What about you?" The girl confidently replies, "I'm a shadow assassin. The night is my domain. I have my own way of escaping." Ash sees right through it. If she could beat them, she wouldn't have had to run during the day. Her opponent is clearly stronger. Moreover, she's been marked by that arrow, so her stealth skill is useless. The archer, likely the leader, orders his men to attack. The staff wielder, still holding a grudge against Ash, immediately uses his illumination skill. Illumination not only lights up the area like a flashlight, dispelling darkness, but also increases the accuracy of his magic. More importantly, illumination can counter an assassin's stealth skills. That sneak is dead for sure this time. Evening grips her dagger, ready to fight for her life. The other three also enter their combat stances. Ready for battle, they surround the two of them. Without a trace of fear, Ash summons his skeleton warriors. The staff wielder sneers in disgust. Immortal summons are so nauseating. He arrogantly launches a fireball at Ash. His fireball is a level 2 magic skill, certain to burn him to a crisp. Eve immediately pulls Ash to dodge, but her feet are bound by a spiritual thread that appeared out of nowhere, immobilizing her. The archer also shoots 3 arrows at her. Attacked from 2 directions and unable to move, she's in deep trouble. She immediately pushes Ash out of harm's way, but the next scene leaves Eve completely stunned. 2 skeletons have appeared, blocking the attacks from both sides. One took the full force of the fireball, while the other deflected the 3 arrows. And another skeleton with a shield even appeared from a distance to knock the staff wielder back. Clank! The skeleton that absorbed the fireball is completely unharmed and advances towards the staff wielder. He stumbles back in terror, not believing his eyes. The appraisal showed this kid was just a level 10 necromancer, while he was a level 21 mage. Why can't I kill his summon? The other 2 also start to panic, wondering just how strong Ash really is. Their skills are completely ineffective against those summon monsters. Why do these summons have such high stats? At that moment, blue fireballs appear around each of the 3 attackers. It's Ash's soul flame. The 3 of them freeze, not daring to move. They are completely surrounded by the army of skeletons. Eve is also utterly shocked. Are these the same skeleton warriors she saw before? A level 10's summons that can't even be scratched by the skills of level 20 archers and mages? These skeletons look tattered and torn. So how can they be so powerful? And there are so many of them. Ash walks over to Eve. She's about to ask him something when he just gives a cold glare and utters a single word. Kill. An entire army of skeleton warriors charges at the 3 attackers. First is the staff wielder. He raises his staff, creating a protective barrier. He thinks he's safe, but a single slash from skeleton effortlessly shatters his barrier, sending him flying backward. He slams his staff into the ground, unleashing a massive inferno that incinerates everything around him. He cackles madly, as this is his ultimate move. But 2 skeletons walk right through the flames, completely unharmed. Before he can even utter a final word, each skeleton delivers a fatal blow, slicing him into 3 pieces. The archer, seeing his teammate killed in seconds, immediately turns to flee. But no matter how fast he runs, he can't shake the skeletons, even though his agility stat is very high. Skeletons have already surrounded him. Ash is surprised by the shield bearer. He's using extreme defense charge to push back his skeleton warriors. The skeleton's slashes can't penetrate his shield. This is one of the core skills of Knight, drastically increasing defense for a short period. A level 20 Knight using this skill can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. A Knight with this skill is in a completely different league from one without it. The shield bearer is sweating bullets. Why are these skeleton warriors so terrifying? If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Now he's going to lose his life over a mid-grade skill scroll. Ash orders his skeletons to use their brutal strike skill to stop him. He can't let him escape. If you're going to kill them all. Seeing that the skeletons can also use skills, the shield bearer panics even more. His extreme defense can last for a minute, but the more intense the attacks, the shorter it lasts. Under the powerful slashes of the skeletons, his shield finally shatters. His fate is sealed. He's about to be hacked into 100 pieces by the skeletons. Ash remembers his sister's words. If you're going to do something, do it all the way. No mercy. Ning is stunned by his power. In a flash, he killed several level 20 professionals without even lifting a finger. After a professional dies, the items in their storage space will also drop. Ash and Eve go to check the loot. There's a bronze rank Kaimon scepter that adds 20 spiritual points. A bronze rank Kaimon battle bow that adds 20 agility points. A bronze rank Kaimon shield that adds 20 vitality, and a bronze rank Kaimon sword that adds 10 strength and 10 vitality. Eve recognizes these as weapons dropped from the Kaimon Beast Legion dungeon. It's a level 20 dungeon outside Zhaohai City. Those three must have farmed that dungeon often. These items require level 18 to use and are useless to him. He immediately picks them up and sells them to the mobile bank for some cash. Besides the weapons, there's also a low-grade skill scroll that allows the user to learn a skill below level 20. This scroll is worth 10,000 gold. Eve is excited. You probably don't have a low-grade scroll yet, do you? You can use it. Although there's a chance of getting a skill you already have, you might learn a new one. She sees his expression. You're not thinking of selling it, are you? This is just a low-grade skill scroll. It's not worth much. He looks at her and thinks. Eve doesn't seem to care about 10,000 gold. She must come from a wealthy family. He asks her how to use it. Eve excitedly tells him to just hold the skill scroll and say use. He does as she says, but nothing happens. Eve giggles and tells him he has to say it louder to use it. Seeing her expression, he understands she probably just wants him to talk. It seems he needs to use spiritual power to activate the skill scroll. He channels spiritual power into the scroll, and it immediately glows, much to Eve's disappointment. Ah, you figured it out. How boring. He learns a new skill, Corpse Explosion. Detonates a corpse, dealing 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. Learning a new skill means this scroll wasn't a waste. In the eyes of a necromancer, even a corpse has life. Although this skill seems ordinary, with his talent factored in, the damage radius can reach 10 meters. As long as there's a corpse to detonate, he can continuously deal damage to surrounding enemies. This is a true AoE attack skill. Because of his talent, even the most mediocre skills become divine. Eve, standing by his side, wonders if he learned any new skills. He maintains his cold demeanor and tells her he did. Eve smiles cheerfully. Your voice is so deep and nice to listen to. It's a shame you don't like to talk. Ash glances at her. This girl seems different from the girls at school. He decides to open his mouth and compliment her. Your voice is also very pleasant. Eve feigns a cute expression. I know, right? And I'm super beautiful too, aren't I? Eve hands him a small box, saying it's a gift for saving her and for calling her cute. It's the mid-grade skill scroll, which can awaken a skill from level 40 to 70. It's worth 1 million gold coins on the market. This thing is too valuable. He looks at her, thinking, wasn't she being chased because of this mid-grade skill scroll? Why is she giving it away so easily now? Sitting by the fire, Eve explains that she found a serendipitous treasure chest in the Kaimon Beast Legion's camp in Zhaohai City. These chests appear randomly, and when she opened it, she got this mid-grade skill scroll. Unfortunately, those guys saw it. They wanted to rob her of the scroll. Even though it's not priceless, she worked hard to get it and didn't want to hand it over, which is why they chased her. They chased me for days, all the way from Zhaohai City to West Sea. They're as persistent as cockroaches. Ash sits down next to Eve and speaks again. You almost died just now. Eve smiles cheerfully and reassures him. Don't worry, I can't die. If I get hit in a vital spot, I'll be automatically teleported away. but I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, even if I didn't die, I would have been seriously injured. She feigns weakness, hugging herself. Eve is really scared of pain. Ash looks at her, realizing his worry was unnecessary. She's clearly a young lady from some powerful family with a treasure that makes her basically immortal. Eve continues to act cute. I gave you a mid-grade skill scroll, and even some food. I'm hungry now, I want a potato. Ash roasts a potato and gives it to her. He remains silent. While happily munching on the potato, Eve asks if he's here to level up. Judging by your level, you probably haven't joined an academy yet. Which one are you planning to apply for? Ash says Sky Capital Academy. Eve, munching on her potato, happily says Sky Capital Academy is great. With your strength, you could get into any academy, no problem. I've never seen a level 10 take on level 20 professionals and get an easy triple kill like that. If you can't get into Sky Capital Academy, then no one in the world can. Eve reminds him that if he goes to Sky Capital, he must visit their divine tower. The first challenge gives double rewards. If you try your best to climb as high as possible, you'll get a lot of contribution points. At Sky Capital Academy, contribution points are more useful than gold. Also, within Sky Capital, there's the Genesis Academy. If you can get in, you definitely should. After chatting and eating her fill, Eve lies down and falls fast asleep. Although Ash is a man of few words, he is very considerate. He drapes his coat over her to keep her warm and then begins to meditate to restore his spiritual power. The next morning, as soon as she opens her eyes, Eve is already shaking Ash, demanding potatoes. Seeing her expression, he has no choice but to give them to her. She takes all of his potatoes, but still asks for more. A real man has to be generous. Hand over more potatoes, I'm hungry, or I'll eat you instead. After taking all the food from him, Eve stands up and says goodbye. We'll definitely meet again. Next time, you have to take me dungeon diving with you. After she leaves, Ash also stands up. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, he decides to test the corpse explosion skill he just learned yesterday. The moment he uses the skill, a corpse instantly explodes, incinerating a corner of the forest. After being amplified by his talent, the skill's range is significantly larger. Moreover, it has a 360-degree, no blind spot range. It's truly a divine skill for destroying corpses and eliminating evidence. He decides to head to the West Sea Mines dungeon. As he leaves, he detonates the remaining 2 corpses. Upgrading a skeleton warrior from iron to bronze rank now costs 70 spiritual power to summon just one, and his total spiritual power is only 300. After a night of meditation, he has only recovered enough to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. Ash's skeleton warrior count is now 48. One day, his summon space will be full. No need to rush. After walking for a while, he sees the entrance to the West Sea Mines dungeon. In front of the dungeon, many people are recruiting party members. He walks over and sees that this mine has normal or nightmare difficulty options. Ash thinks for a moment. Although there's no hell difficulty, even normal difficulty has elite monsters that are several times stronger than those outside. Nightmare difficulty features enhanced elite monsters, making it even harder. Normally, a normal run requires a tank, a mage, and a healer, forming a 3-person team. Nightmare difficulty requires at least a 5-person team, with 2 supports and 2 DPS. Someone approaches and asks if he's a summoner, then uses appraisal on him. But because Ash is wearing the shielding badge, the appraisal fails. A skeleton warrior turns and glares, scaring the man half to death. Many people come up to him, want to team up to enter the dungeon. Even though Eve gave him a shielding badge, he's still surrounded by people demanding to party up. He refuses them all, stands before the dungeon entrance, and confirms his choice. Nightmare difficulty. Then he enters the dungeon alone. The people there are stunned, thinking he's too arrogant to challenge a nightmare difficulty dungeon by himself. They tried to appraise him, but got no information, so they decide to wait outside and see if he can come out alive. Maybe he just looks cool and aloof, but has no real power. Ash enters the West Sea Mines dungeon. He's standing in a circle with a goblin pacing in front of him. The stench of blood is thick. It seems stepping out of this circle will alert the monsters. Ash uses appraisal to check the goblin and finds its stats are quite high, as expected of an enhanced elite monster. Its stats are several times higher than a normal monster's, with very high strength and vitality, indicating exceptional attack and defense. Without a coordinated team, an ordinary professional would have no chance of clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon. But their stats are still far inferior to his bronze-rank skeleton warriors. He summons all the warriors from his summon space, preparing for the challenge. The moment he steps out of the circle, the skeletons instantly dispatch the goblin in front of him. He gains 4,002 experience points, 10 times more than a monster of the same level outside. In other words, killing one monster here is equivalent to killing 10 outside, and killing one monster only takes 1 to 2 seconds. This way, his leveling speed can increase significantly. No corner, no path can be left unchecked. I must kill every monster here. After 5 minutes of slaughtering goblins, Ash reaches level 11. After leveling up, his spiritual power is fully restored. Ash summons 4 more skeleton warriors. The number of his skeleton warriors is now 56. After level 10, his stats grow much more. Previously, each level up increased his vitality, strength, and agility by 10 points. Now it has increased to 20 points, and his spiritual power increases by 100 points. As his level increases, the stat bonuses will become even greater. The base stats of his skeleton warriors increase by 20 points, and after being amplified 10 times, the final increase is 200 points. But Ash wonders why all his skills have leveled up, except for the corpse explosion he just learned, which is still at level 1. Ash sighs. If only Eve were here, she would probably know. The current area has been cleared of monsters. Suddenly, a roar echoes. In front of Ash is a Mine Wolf King. It's a level 15 elite leader. Seeing its stats are this high, he figures the final boss of the dungeon will be even stronger. Although this wolf's stats are higher than his skeleton warriors, one wolf against more than 50 skeletons is just asking for death. Just hand over the experience points. The wolf uses its beast roar skill, temporarily pushing back the skeleton warriors. But with the skeleton's vitality, they can barely withstand the damage from this wolf. He allows the skeletons to use their skills to charge and beat up the wolf. A wolf this big is actually an advantage for the skeletons, allowing them to pounce and beat it like a dog. Well, wolves are related to dogs, after all. The wolf rolls on the ground, beaten until it coughs up blood, and continues to use Beast Roar. The attack power of this skill is not bad. It can also push back all the skeletons around it. The Wolf King immediately takes the opportunity to escape. Ash finds it strange that a dungeon leader would run away like that. Just as he's about to give chase, he realizes something is wrong and immediately orders the skeletons to return. Behind him now are many mine wolves. Although their stats aren't strong, their numbers are overwhelming, at least over 100 of them. An ordinary professional, even in a team of 5, would have no way to deal with so many ferocious mine wolves. But for a necromancer like him, this is just a delivery of free experience points. One by one, the wolves are cut down by the skeletons. Ash then uses corpse explosion on the fallen wolves' bodies. After being enhanced by his talent, the damage of corpse explosion becomes 100% of the wolf's health. The result is an instant kill. All the mine wolves were wiped out in a single move. The Wolf King returns at this moment. Ash treats it equally, letting it taste corpse explosion too. The wolf is instantly annihilated. He gets a Wolf King's Fong and a low-grade monster crystal, but its experience points are too low, only equivalent to 5 mine wolves. However, His luck isn't bad. The items dropped from this wolf are very valuable. He sells the items he just collected from the monsters and continues straight ahead, clearing out all the monsters. He should be able to meet the final boss very soon. When I do held difficulty dungeons later, the experience gained should be even greater. This dungeon run only took over an hour, and he gained more than a level. At this rate, after a few more dungeon runs, forget level 16. He could even reach 18 or 19. Sis, we'll see each other soon. Soon, he encounters the final boss. It's a massive level 16 goblin chieftain, sleeping soundly. As expected, the final boss's stats are different, much higher than his warriors. Just killing it should be enough to reach level 12. He shouts loudly, waking the giant goblin. The goblin opens its eyes to find itself surrounded. It immediately swings its club towards Ash. The damage he receives is transferred to a skeleton warrior. A single swing of its club smashes 2 of his skeleton warriors. Ash understands. Because his own stats are too weak, with only 120 vitality, his defense is too low against the Goblin King's 3,000 strength. The damage he receives is naturally much heavier than what his skeleton warriors take. It seems he himself is his only weakness. He needs to train his vitality from now on. Ash watches as his skeleton warriors are pushed back by the Goblin King. It seems the skeleton warriors can't face this goblin head-on in terms of strength. But he has an entire legion of skeleton warriors. What's there to be afraid of? More than 50 skeletons leap up to attack the Goblin King. If this continues, the Goblin King will be scratched to death by the Skeleton Legion. The goblin is no pushover. It uses its shockwave stomp skill, slamming the ground hard to repel all the skeleton warriors. This skill is much stronger than the Wolf King's roar from earlier. It then continues to breathe fire at the skeletons. Seeing the skeletons' health dropping rapidly, Ash immediately recalls them to his summoned space. He uses Soul Flame, shooting it straight at the Goblin King's face to interrupt its skill. The goblin, hit in the face, is blinded. He releases his skeleton warriors again. His spiritual power is running low. He must take this opportunity to defeat it. All the skeleton warriors simultaneously use Brutal Strike, slashing at the Goblin King. Finally, the Goblin King is slain. With the massive experience points from the final boss, Ash levels up to 12. During the fight, maintaining Soul Flame consumed a lot of spiritual power. Luckily, leveling up restored all. Now, time to count the spoils and leave the dungeon. He gets a robe of knowledge and puts it on. It adds 10 to spirit and vitality and reduces cooldowns by 5%. Although his necromancer is a mage class, his skills are different from other mages and have no cooldowns. This robe seems useless. A small boost to spirit and vitality is better than nothing. And there's the crystal. Tossing it on the auction house could fetch at least 10,000 gold, which is more valuable than the other equipment. A decent haul this time. After leveling up, his spiritual power is fully restored, and he can summon 4 more skeleton warriors. His summon space now holds 60 skeleton warriors. The space limit has also expanded to 110. Time to teleport out. The people outside are shocked to see him emerge, not expecting him to come out alive. Could this madman have actually cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone? It seems. He's even wearing the robe of knowledge. Unbelievable. He looks so young, yet he's strong enough to solo a nightmare dungeon. Ash walks past their staring eyes. The dungeon's cooldown is 12 hours. The experience from wild monsters is too little. Killing more than 10 of them outside isn't even equivalent to killing 1 inside the dungeon. Now, he just has to wait for the dungeon to reopen and use this opportunity to meditate and recover his spiritual power. Ash meditates under a tree, with a skeleton warrior standing guard. This dungeon run not only helped him identify his greatest weaknesses, but also understand the utility of his skills. Corpse Explosion is excellent. a truly divine AoE attack with unparalleled power. Soul Flame can not only interrupt enemy skills, but also ignores spiritual defense, making its attack very powerful. Even a nightmare difficulty dungeon boss would have a hard time withstanding it. 12 hours later, Ash's spiritual power has recovered significantly. He summons 4 more skeleton warriors and then returns to the dungeon. The people here regularly venture into the outskirts, so they should have plenty of experience and be well prepared. It's strange how Eve took all his potatoes and ate until she choked. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Ash sees a large group of people arguing. It's members of the Dynasty Guild, blocking others from entering the dungeon. They're blocking the entrance because their vice leader is on a quest inside. Until he completes his quest, absolutely no one else is allowed in. The other people protest, "What does it matter to you if we go into the dungeon?" The guard doesn't waste words, immediately launching a fireball and finishing one person off, causing everyone to become furious. The members of the Dynasty Guild arrogantly state that these are just scattered, guildless professionals. They can kill them whenever they want. If you've got the guts, come find the Dynasty Guild for revenge. We're always waiting. Ash walks over and asks what all the noise is about. The people there recognize him as the one who soloed the Nightmare Dungeon and immediately recount the story. The Dynasty Guild needs the Goblin King's crystal. The drop rate for this crystal is very low, and it only has a chance to drop in a Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Furthermore, it only drops once every 100 days. Today happens to be the 100th day since the last drop, so they've bought out all the supplies. They want to obtain it now. The vice leader is inside the dungeon, so they're not letting anyone else in. The quest on the trading post was actually posted by the Dynasty Guild, but no one has been able to complete it. The Goblin King's crystal is worth at least 30,000, but they're trying to buy it for 10,000. Only a fool would sell it to them. Ash finds this all too coincidental. Isn't this the crystal he already obtained? He asks the person what the crystal does. The person enthusiastically explains that the Goblin King's crystal can be crafted by an alchemist into the ring of the Goblin King, which adds +10 to all stats and increases all skill levels by 1. It can be used by professionals at level 15. It's the strongest piece of jewelry under level 40. Ash sees that this ring's stats are incredibly powerful. For a novice, it's like a divine artifact. The person also heard that the vice leader of the Dynasty Guild wants to get into Sky Capital Academy, so he's desperate for this piece of equipment. Their guild has no shortage of alchemists, and all other materials are ready. They just need the Goblin King's crystal core. Ash couldn't care less about some guild. Getting in the way of his leveling is not okay. The person sees him walking forward and tries to stop him, saying they can't afford to anger the Dynasty Guild, or they'll die a painful death. The guild members are arrogant. "You guildless nobodies don't dance in front of us. Next time, don't be stupid enough to show your face in front of the Dynasty Guild again." Seeing Ash approach, they sneer, "You want to die too?" He glares at them and says, "Move. Don't block me from entering the dungeon to level up." The guy kicks the corpse at his feet. "Kid, did a goblin knock your head silly? Do you know who I am?" Ash doesn't care who his father is and repeats, "Move." The guy uses appraisal and learns that Ash is a level 12 necromancer. "So you're a newbie. You could just hunt wild monsters. What are you doing in a dungeon?" They were able to appraise his information, so their levels must be quite high. The people around advise Ash to go back. The Dynasty Guild doesn't play by the rules. They'll really kill you. Ash keeps walking forward. The guy's a bit flustered, not understanding why a kid's gaze makes him feel so uneasy. He raises his staff threateningly. "If you take one more step, I'll kill you instantly." Ash continues to advance. The guy immediately orders, "Kill him. Everyone. My name is Zhao Kai, a level 25 mage." He arrogantly uses his skill. "A level 12 brat like you. Even if I stood here and let you hit me, you couldn't break my energy shield." Ash's skeleton warrior leaps up and slashes, cracking the shield. Zhao Kai is bewildered. What kind of summon is this? to have such strong attack power. My energy shield should be able to block at least 5 attacks from a warrior of the same level. The skeleton raises its sword, preparing another slash. The guy panics. If he takes another hit from the skeleton, his energy shield will shatter. He'll die. He immediately slams his staff into the ground, using Resist Fire Ring to knock the skeleton far away. He breathes a sigh of relief. He's still alive. He immediately orders his teammates to attack. A knight instantly jumps up to fight the skeleton. "You ignorant brat. Watch me smash your disgusting summon." The knight is sent flying by the skeleton. The skeleton continues to charge forward. Zhao Kai orders the archers to kill the summoner. Just kill him, and the summon will disappear. The guild's 2 archers immediately draw their bows and fire at Ash. The onlookers anxiously tell him to be careful and get out of the way. Ash remains calm and summons 2 more skeleton warriors from his summon space. The 2 archers are stunned as the skeletons easily block their arrows. The guild members thought he only had 1 skeleton and were completely caught off guard. Zhao Kai orders a knight to block the skeletons and then uses his Fire Serpent Dance skill to attack. The people around are all worried for him. This is a rare skill that only level 20 mages can learn. Less than a third of mages can master Fire Serpent Dance. It's the strongest attack skill for a mage. Zhao Kai is smug, thinking Ash is dead for sure this time. But as the flames fly towards him, not only he but the entire guild is shocked. An entire army of skeletons appears, blocking all of Zhao Kai's Fire Serpent Dance and continuing to advance. The number of skeletons exceeds the number of guild members. Zhao Kai immediately orders the entire guild to form up and prepare for the enemy. The whole guild enters a state of alert. Zhao Kai is confident in his guild's battle tactics. They have rich experience and excellent coordination. Their dynasty guild is invincible. Ash turns and tells the onlookers to step back a bit so he can fight. Then he uses Soul Flame, aiming straight at an archer. But a healing spell is immediately cast. Zhao Kai is pleased, as expected, of a dynasty guild member. Perfect timing with the heal. But this heal was not the saving grace he thought it was. The healer screams in terror. The archer is dead. Zhao Kai can't believe what's happening. He was healed in time, but still died on the spot. Could the Dynasty Guild really be defeated by a level 12 kid? Ash orders all his skeletons to charge. The knight uses his extreme defense skill, but against so many skeletons, he can't hold out for long. The knight cries for help, begging his teammates to assist him, but his extreme defense is broken. A green flame appears before him, and he is instantly incinerated. Zhao Kai sees his perfect formation being torn apart and turns to flee in terror. This guy isn't human. He's a monster. But it's probably too late to run now. Ash uses Corpse Explosion. After his talent was enhanced, the range of Corpse Explosion has expanded, and it now deals 100% of the corpse's health as damage. A knight's vitality is among the best of all classes. Based on a knight's full 100% health value, no one can survive this. A massive explosion occurs. Every time a guild member falls, a new explosion is triggered. Just like that, the entire Dynasty Guild was completely wiped out by Ash alone. Before he died, Zhao Kai still couldn't believe his Dynasty Guild was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Blood splatters everywhere. Ash wipes a speck of blood from his face. He walks towards the dungeon entrance, leaving a trail of fire and destruction behind him. The onlookers are horrified as he kills every single guild member, leaving no one alive. Even the bodies were blown up, a true destroy the corpse and erase the evidence move. It was too ruthless. But the Dynasty Guild won't let this go. With their character, it's best to retreat for now. After all the guild members here are dead. No one can find us. With that, everyone there leaves the mine dungeon. Half an hour later, the vice leader emerges from the dungeon. He's furious that he didn't get the Goblin King's crystal. The female support with him is confused because there's no one around. Zhao Kai's group is gone, and all the solo players have vanished too. He orders her to fire a flare. If Zhao Kai is nearby, he'll surely respond. What on earth happened? Where did Zhao Kai take his men? Everyone is gone. Something definitely happened here. With the strength of Zhao Kai's group, they should have no rivals in this area. Could have been killed, but if there was a fight, why isn't there a single trace of it? The vice leader assumes there was a danger here, so he led his team away. An hour later, inside the dungeon, Ash successfully kills the Goblin King. As expected, the Goblin King's crystal didn't drop this time. When I get to Sky Capital Academy, I'll find an alchemist to make the Goblin King's crystal into a ring. This time in the dungeon, he got the Goblin King's magic book. This magic book is usable. It's effective when combined with Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion, but it has no effect on his skeleton warriors. The experience required to level up is also getting higher. After this dungeon run, he just barely reached level 13. Next time the dungeon opens, he probably won't reach level 14. To get a level 15, he might need another 3 runs. According to the timer, he can enter the dungeon 5 more times. At most, he can only get to level 16. Although it's a bit lower than he expected, it's still enough for Ash to get into Sky Capital Academy. With that thought, he teleports out of the dungeon. Outside, there's no one left. It makes sense. Leaving was the best choice for those solo players. The dungeon is on cooldown again. I'll come back tomorrow. The next day, Stella Xia finally reaches level 10. Now, she can challenge the West Sea Mines dungeon. In front of the dungeon, she sees a person with a skeleton warrior following behind. Stella is certain it's Ashlyn. He's the only necromancer, the only person in the world who can summon such a creature. But is he entering the dungeon alone? Stella can't believe her rival can single-handedly clear the entire mine dungeon. But she's also an elemental mage, a rare class at level 10. She can easily find a team and enter the dungeon. She's determined to compete with him at Sky Capital. 4 to 5 minutes later, Ash is already in front of the Goblin King. After leveling up and meditating to recover his spiritual power, his skeleton warrior legion now numbers 72. He wakes up the Goblin King and then kills it. This time, he gets the Goblin King's bow and a low-grade crystal. Looking at the goblin lying sprawled on the ground, he can only tell it not to be sad. I've come here several times, and I'll come again. If I don't kill you, someone else will. You're going to die either way. It's quicker if I do it, less painful, less torture. I'm just trying to level up. His experience bar is now 80% full for level 13. 12 hours later, Ash once again faces the Goblin King, a wicked smile on his face. Since we're acquainted, no need for small talk. Goodbye. This time, Ash gets the bronze-rank Goblin King's scepter. He has also leveled up to 14, and his experience is 60% full. Returning to rest, Ash meditates to recover his spiritual power. The number of his skeleton warriors has increased to 76, and their stats have risen to 2,300. Unfortunately, the skeleton warrior skills are too simple and not strong enough. At this moment, Stella Xia appears before him and asks what level he is. Judging by her appearance, she must have just come out of the dungeon. He remains a man of few words, stating that he is level 14. Stella is stunned. How can you be so fast? She had to team up and run the normal West Sea Mines dungeon twice in a row, nearly exhausting herself just to reach level 11. Even if he's soloing the dungeon, he can't be this fast. After the novice dungeon, he was level 7 and I was level 5, only a 2-level difference. Why is it that now I'm level 11 and he's level 14? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Stella turns around and heads back to the dungeon. Ash watches her, puzzled. Didn't she just come out of the dungeon? Why is she looking for a team again? Doesn't she have a dungeon cooldown? An hour later, after finishing the dungeon, Stella is panting heavily. Seeing Ash's relaxed state, she continues to look for a team to run the dungeon again. If one run isn't enough, I'll do a few more. Ash thinks Stella is being too reckless, not even giving him a chance to ask her about it. An hour later, Stella returns, collapsing on the ground, out of breath. She is still determined not to lose to him. Before Ash can ask, Stella enters the dungeon again. Half an hour later, Stella finishes the dungeon, unable to breathe, and collapses next to Ash. I've reached level 12. I'll catch up to you soon. Ash coldly asks, aren't you tired? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Of course, Stella is tired. Right now, I don't even want to lift a finger, and you jerk are asking me why? It's nothing. Don't I have any pride? After being overshadowed by you for so many years, I have to surpass you. Ash feels helpless. If he had known, he would have intentionally gotten a few questions wrong on the exams to let her have first place. Stella says it's not just about competing with him. She also wants to get into Sky Capital Academy. You want to get in too, so you should understand. Ash looks at her. To get into Sky Capital, you need to be at least level 15 or level 16 to be safe. But at her current pace, she won't even reach level 15. He advises her to run the Nightmare difficulty dungeon to level up faster. Stella looks at him, confused. Do you think elite teams are that easy to find? They're all level 16 to 17 professionals. I'm only level 12. No one will take me. So I should stick to normal dungeons. Reaching level 14 shouldn't be a problem. And if I try a little harder, getting to level 15 isn't impossible. Ash asks why she can ignore the dungeon cooldown and enter continuously. Stella looks at him in surprise. So, there are things you don't know. Stella smugly tells him that if he says something nice, she'll tell him. Ash just sits there silently, not knowing what to say. Stella looks at him, completely fed up. You're such a dry, clueless idiot. They say mages are quick-witted, but you're so dense. She hands him a countdown timer. She uses it to reset her cooldown. This timer has 10 uses. She has already used it 3 times. Ash is surprised that such an item exists. He asks her if it's expensive. Stella guesses it's very expensive because when her father gave it to her, he looked very pained. It seems Ash could never afford this timer. Stella stretches her arms. The exam is in 2 days, and she has to use the remaining 7 charges of this timer. Plus, including the cooldown after using up the timer, she needs to run the dungeon at least 9 more times to have a chance of reaching level 15. Ash looks at her for a moment, and then says he can take her through the dungeon, guaranteeing she'll reach level 15, and all she has to do is come along without lifting a finger. Stella is stunned by his words. How could she forget? He can easily solo dungeons. If they go into the dungeon together, the experience points will be split evenly, and she won't have to fight. But then, wouldn't she fall even further behind? Stella thinks for a moment and then agrees. He'll take her through the dungeon, and she'll share the timer with him. After all, if she doesn't go with him, she won't be able to catch up anyway. For now, she needs to get to level 15 to enter Sky Capital Academy. She'll definitely have a chance to catch up later. Ash tells her to rest for a bit to recover her strength, and he'll take her into the dungeon in 2 hours. Stella stretches and then lies down to sleep. Ash also takes the opportunity to meditate and recover his spiritual power. 2 hours later, they enter the dungeon together. Upon entering the dungeon, Stella is startled when she sees the monster's stats in front of her. Holy crap, why did you choose Nightmare difficulty? Ash says nothing and just tells her to stick close to him. Stella is worried, thinking he's crazy. But if she runs out of the dungeon now, he'll definitely laugh at her. So, she decides to stick close to him. Seeing Ash charge forward without any fear, Stella is utterly amazed. Why aren't you defending yourself? And those monsters with terrifying stats, how come? They can't do any damage to the skeleton warriors? Soon, the two of them encounter the Wolf King of the Nightmare difficulty mine. Stella is terrified. Its body is twice the size of the one in the normal difficulty. Yet, Ash only needed 1 corpse explosion to wipe this place clean. Stella is hit with one surprise after another. In the blink of an eye, Her experience bar has jumped by 30%. In an instant, the Wolf King is dead, lying on the ground. Stella still can't believe her eyes. The nightmare difficulty Wolf King was killed so easily by him. The last few times, her team of 3 struggled for over 20 minutes to kill the Wolf King. She glances over at Ash, who continues to walk calmly. Has he always been soloing nightmare difficulty dungeons like this? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. A professional in their teens soloing a nightmare difficulty dungeon. She runs after him and asks, "Have you been soloing dungeons ever since you reached level 10? Ash gives a cold After running for a while, they reach the final boss. Stella is surprised by their speed. It's only been about 10 minutes since they entered the dungeon, and they're already at the Goblin King. Previously, her team took hours to reach this point in the normal dungeon. What more surprises are there? Even more surprising is that the Goblin King is killed by him in a single blow. Ash has leveled up to 15. Seeing him level up again, Stella's heart sinks. As expected, the gap between them is growing ever wider. This time, the experience from killing the Goblin King was split, so Stella didn't reach level 13. The Goblin King dropped the Goblin King's longsword. Stella is disappointed it wasn't scepter. He asks her, "You want a scepter?" Stella honestly admits it. The Goblin King's scepter is the best weapon for a mage before level 20. Although it's available on the trading post, its price is quite high, and she doesn't want to ask her father for money again. Ash nonchalantly takes out the Goblin King's scepter and hands it to her. Stella is confused. "Why aren't you using a scepter?" He replies that he doesn't like it. He already has the Goblin King's magic book. Stella angrily clutches the scepter in her hand. "Throughout the entire dungeon, you never took out your magic book. Are you looking down on the small stat boost?" Ash thinks for a moment. Indeed, pulling all the monsters and then using Corpse Explosion is much faster. Although the experience is split in a party, using Stella's item allows them to re-enter the dungeon immediately. 5 more runs, and I can reach level 16. He walks over and sits down next to the Goblin King, apologizing to it for having to kill it 5 more times. Stella doesn't understand why he's talking to a dungeon monster. It can't understand him, and it's already dead. Ash just says he felt like it. It doesn't matter if it understands or not. Then he teleports out. Stella looks at him confused. Who seriously apologizes to a dungeon monster like that? Aren't monsters just for killing to get experience? What a strange guy, but also a little cute. Hee hee. It seems Stella has developed a secret crush on her rival. Ash calls for her to teleport out with him so they can continue clearing the dungeon. As soon as they are out, Ash immediately uses the timer and re-enters the dungeon. Very quickly, the two of them used up all 7 charges of the timer for dungeon resets. There's a day and a half left until the final exam. Enough time to clear the dungeon 2 more times. Stella is now level 14 with 20% experience. She can definitely reach level 15. This time, she's sure she can get into the Sky Capital Academy. Stella asks if Ash is about to level up too. Ash's experience bar is at 85% of level 15. Stella smiles and asks if he's working so hard because he wants to become the provincial champion. Ash doesn't know what the provincial champion is. She explains to him that becoming the provincial champion grants a lot of points, which are very important at Sky Capital Academy. Most crucially, he'll have a chance to join the Genesis Academy. Stella's father once said that the Genesis Academy is the most formidable academy in the entire Divine Empire. If Sky Capital Academy recruits outstanding students, then the Genesis Academy selects the best of the best. Their senior, Tian Xing, also got in and is the only person from West Sea City to ever do so. Stella feels that Ash has a very good chance of becoming the second person from West Sea to get into the Genesis Academy. If he can get in, the principal will be laughing in his sleep. Stella thinks to herself, "I've never seen anyone clear a dungeon the way he does. It's completely beyond my understanding." If he can't get into Genesis Academy, who can? Ash just wants to get into Sky Capital Academy because his sister, Hannah, studies there. As for the Genesis Academy, if he gets the chance, he'll check it out. Outside the dungeon, Stella notices that Leo Gao is also there. Leo is now a level 11 knight, but no one will team up with him for dungeons. Stella feels bad for him. Leo has reached level 11, but for a knight, this level is too low to tank monsters. Even a normal difficulty team requires a knight to be level 13 or higher. Stella suggests that Ash take Leo along since they're classmates. At the Dynasty Guild's headquarters, the vice leader is recounting the events at the dungeon to his father, only to get yelled at. Are you an idiot? Why would you blockade a dungeon? Do you think the Divine Empire and the Professionals Association are just for show? If you want to die, don't drag the whole guild down with you. The father rubs his temples and tells his foolish son not to go anywhere for the next few days and to stay obediently in the guild. Anyway, you've already reached level 16, so just wait for the exam. The son is a bit resentful, but obeys and asks his father about Zhao Kai's group. The father says he has already sent people to investigate, and he doesn't need to worry about it. For so many people to disappear like that, the perpetrator must be very strong. Someone like you can't get involved. We'll see who dares to mess with the Dynasty Guild. They will definitely pay the price. Back at the dungeon, Leo Gao is happy to see Ash and Stella there, and even thinks they're on a date. Stella is secretly pleased by the pairing, but still feigns anger. Stella tells Leo to stop looking for a team, and that once their dungeon cooldown is over, they'll take him with them. He'll definitely reach level 12 before the exam. Leo is overjoyed and clasps his hands, thanking them for their help. Leo bows and thanks Lady Stella, promising to obey her every command. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to kill, I won't stand up. Stella, flustered and angry, tells him to shut up. Leo asks how much longer their dungeon cooldown is. Stella says there's still 10 hours left. So, Leo tells them to rest and chat while he goes out to hunt some wild monsters. Before leaving, Leo winks at Ash, telling him to go for it, implying he can win Stella over. Before he can finish his sentence, a fireball shot by Stella scares him off. This pig Leo talks too much. He's asking for a beating. 10 hours later, it's time for the dungeon again. Leo sees the difficulty is set to Nightmare and thinks Big Bro Ash and Lady Stella chose the wrong one. Stella looks at him, too tired to even speak. You're such a newbie. Just follow along and wait for the dungeon to be cleared. Stella sees Leo's reaction is exactly like hers before and smirks, glad she's not the only one. Leo sticks close to Stella. This is Nightmare difficulty. If a monster touches me, I'm toast. And the Goblin King was already dealt with by Ash. Leo can't believe what's happening before his eyes. Even with a team of dozens, he struggled to take down the boss, but Ash finished it in no time. Stella laughs at Leo, calling him a newbie who hasn't seen the world. Leo hugs Ash's leg, begging them to take him along on future dungeon runs. Stella looks at him. You're a knight, for crying out loud. Can't you have a little bit of a knight's spirit? Who needs a knight's spirit when I have Big Bro Ash? I'd feed my knight's spirit to the dogs. Ash tells Leo to let go of his leg, and he'll take him, otherwise he'll get a kick. Now, they just need to clear the dungeon one more time, and Ash can reach level 16, Stella can reach level 15, and Leo can reach level 12. After that, it's just waiting for the exam to begin. On the city walls, the teachers of West Sea Academy are eagerly awaiting the return of their students. Tomorrow is the exam day. They are extremely excited about tomorrow's results, especially since the two geniuses of West Sea Academy are both aiming for Sky Capital Academy. Based on the standards of previous years, reaching level 15 give a high chance of being accepted. But to be completely safe, level 16 is better. However, reaching level 15 is already difficult, and reaching level 16 is even harder. In West Sea City last year, besides Tianxing, Only Hannah Lynn reached level 16. The principal has high hopes that one, being the brother of Hannah Lynn, and the other, the young lady of the Xia family, can both create a miracle. At this moment, the teachers notice someone returning. First is the genius Su Jun from West C number 3 school, a level 12 swordsman. Wan Ming from West C number 2 school has also reached level 13. Seeing the principals of the other schools showing off, the principal of West C Academy feels quite uncomfortable. But almost all the students are back, and still no one at level 14 has appeared. He's quite worried as he hasn't seen Stella, Ash, and Leo return yet. In theory, they should have been back by now. Could something have happened? After a long wait, he finally sees the three of them returning together. He breathes a sigh of relief. As long as his students are back safely, that's all that matters. Let's see what level they've reached. Liu Gao is a level 12 sword and shield knight. Stella Xia is a level 15 elemental mage. So, Stella has at least an 85% chance of getting into Sky Capital Academy. The principals of the other schools see that the girl really did reach level 15 and congratulate West Sea Academy on its success this year. They then turn their attention to Ash. He is a level 16 necromancer. Everyone is stunned. His speed is too fast. He must have focused on clearing dungeons. Only the principal of West Sea Academy remains calm. Look at the weapons in their hands. Leo has a sword and shield, and Stella has a scepter. These are all items obtained after defeating the Goblin King. The drop rate for weapons is very low. Collecting all the equipment they're wearing must not have been easy. It seems they worked very hard. The principal walks over and tells his students to get on a bus first. Once everyone is back, they will return to the school together. This time, he can proudly show off in front of the other principals. He tells his students to rest well tonight and gather at the school early tomorrow morning to travel to the exam location. Ash sits on the bus. He is now level 16. He is absolutely confident that he can get into Sky Capital Academy. It seems he can even compete for the title of provincial champion and consider the Genesis Academy. Early the next morning, Ash arrives at the exam school. His spiritual power is full. He now has 100 skeleton warriors, and his stats have reached 2,500. He is in his best condition. Liu Gao sees his boss Ash arrive and immediately greets him. Stella, who is chatting with her friends, also runs over to him and asks if he knows. If he's sure he'll get into Sky Capital Academy. They will meet again there. The principal hands each student a teleportation stone. Crush it or activate it with your spiritual power, and you'll be taken to the exam site. The principal adds one more thing. During the exam, everyone must prioritize their own safety. Your life is the most important thing. The students begin to teleport. Ash looks around. It seems the number of candidates this year is in the tens of thousands. The students are taken to the trial tower for the exam. The doors of the trial tower slowly open. A proctor from the trial tower tells all candidates to listen carefully to the rules of the exam. No talking, no questions. Anyone who violates this rule will be immediately disqualified. Two students start whispering to each other. If we can't ask questions, what do we do if we don't understand something? Immediately, those two students are deemed to have violated the rules. Their qualifications for this exam are revoked, and they are teleported out. Liu Gao is terrified and covers his mouth, not daring to make sound. Ash, who is naturally quiet, looks at Leo. Good thing you have some sense, or my efforts in dragging you through dungeons would have been wasted. The proctors continue. For different classes, the trial tower will arrange different tests. Combat classes will be placed in a battlefield. Non-combat classes will be taken to a related field. After passing the basic tests, professionals are allowed to choose the difficulty for the next test. There are 3 difficulties: normal, nightmare, and hell. Different difficulties will result in different achievements and scores. The score is both the candidate's exam result and can be brought to the academy for the students to use. There, points are more valuable than gold. The final rule is that equipment brought with you can be used normally, but no items can be used. The candidate's storage space will be sealed. Anyone who violates the rules will be immediately disqualified. Now, candidates, please line up and enter the tower. Ash slowly walks in. Just West Sea City has so many participants. The whole country must have over 1 million candidates. After being teleported to the exam point, he looks around. It seems he wasn't wrong. The trial tower, like a dungeon, sends each person to a different space based on their class. The proctors look at Ash. This is the new class that West Sea Academy reported, Necromancer. From the information provided by West Sea, it seems to be a summoner-type mage. Hopefully, this new class won't disappoint. For now, let's follow the rules and assign the Necromancer a monster of the same type and 2 levels higher. In front of Ash is a mage-type monster. A glowing circle surrounds it, which blocks his appraisal skill. So he can't know the monster's level or stats. But that doesn't matter. Ash simply uses Soul Flame and, in an instant, defeats the monster. The proctors are stunned to see this candidate kill the monster they prepared in just 1 second. In the trial tower's monitoring room, Ningfeng, one of the head proctors, has personally come to see the situation after hearing about the new class. The other supervisors are having a headache. If a candidate defeats a monster in less than a second, how can they analyze the class's abilities? Ningfeng walks over on a bridge of light. If the test setup for a rare class is insufficient, then conduct the next test based on the standards for a legendary class. The other proctor thinks this might be too unfair to the student. Ningfeng is completely confident. For the first test, the Necromancer one-shot the monster, so give him 100 points. If he passes this second test, I will personally give Ash 1,000 points. Immediately, a Beastman mage appears in front of Ash. This is his second test. He remains calm and continues to use Soul Flame. The people in the monitoring room are completely dumbfounded. He one-shot the monster again. This was a test for a legendary level class. Ningfeng is quite pleased and says there's no need to continue testing. Start the second round immediately. In the dungeon, Ash receives a notification that his first round of the exam is over. The number of candidates participating was over 10,000, and only half of them passed. The system begins to announce the results. Ash completed it in 1 second, earning 100 points, ranking first. Stella took 5 seconds, ranking third with 40 points. Although Stella knew that idiot Ash could get first place, 1 second is just too insane, isn't it? In fourth place is Wang Zihao, with a score just shy of Stella's. He's bitter about not even making it into the top 3, thinking there must be some mistake. Ash looks at the leaderboard and sees how far ahead he is of the others, thinking he might have overdone it a bit. The system announces that the second round for main combat class candidates is about to begin. Candidates, please choose your difficulty. The second round may result in casualties, so candidates should assess their own strength. In case of danger, you can shout forfeit. The exam will then end, and the results will be based on the current performance. The time limit for this round is 30 minutes. Defeating a normal difficulty monster earns 1 point, a nightmare difficulty monster earns 3 points, and a hell difficulty monster earns 5 points. Ash looks and thinks, it seems this round is timed. Whoever kills more monsters in the given time gets more points. A guy named Wang Zihao is confident because he is currently a level 16 battle warrior. He directly chooses hell difficulty. Killing 1 monster here is equivalent to 5 on normal difficulty. That number 1 brat, even if he got lucky in the previous round, he won't win this one. Stella, however, only chooses normal difficulty. As an elemental mage, she is not skilled in close combat or high-intensity solo fighting, but she will win through sheer numbers. The proctors in the monitoring room observe the candidates, choosing their difficulty. Among the rare rank classes, Battle Warrior is considered a strong one. This Wang Zihao should be able to get a good score. Elemental mages have decent burst damage, but are weak in close combat. This girl choosing normal difficulty is very smart. The candidate Xie Mai is a level 16 Prowler. Prowler is a rare rank class among assassins. Their close combat ability is very strong. Choosing either Nightmare or Hell difficulty is fine. The proctors are all wondering which difficulty the Necromancer will choose this time. Ash is extremely confident. This round tests continuous combat capability. 30 minutes is a difficult challenge for any candidate, but that's for others. He's not afraid and chooses Hell difficulty to spice things up. The principals watching from home are also quite excited. As expected, Ash chose Hell difficulty. This time, West Sea Academy is going to shine. 2 of their students are in the top 3. If Ash can bring back the Provincial Champion Award, West Sea Academy will be incredibly proud. As soon as he chose the difficulty, a monster appeared in front of Ash. It's a level 13 elite Beastman warrior. Looking at the monster, he finds its stats too weak and immediately summons his bronze rank skeleton warriors. If the monsters are too strong, all the candidates will be eliminated, so it's understandable that they're this weak. The skeleton, with its superior stats, dispatches the monster with a single slash. After killing one monster, the next one appears 5 seconds later. So, summoning 2 skeleton warriors is more than enough. The proctors in the monitoring room are dumbfounded. Ash's summoned monsters are that strong, truly more powerful than any summoner-type class they've ever seen. Plus, he can summon 2 of them. This Necromancer class is far more formidable than they imagined. Looking at the other candidates, Wang Ziheo is recklessly charging and killing, completely misunderstanding how to manage his stamina. He might not even last 30 minutes. It seems he's not even as good as Stella, who is calmly killing one monster at a time. In the dungeon, Ash casually sits down and takes out a potato from his pocket. The proctors can't believe it. This is the first time they've ever seen someone eating a potato during the exam. We have to capture this moment to make him famous in the history books. Is this exam too easy for him? Proctor Ning Fong strokes his beard, finding this kid very interesting. 30 minutes later, Wang Ziheo collapses on the ground, panting heavily as if he just finished a marathon. It's finally over. He killed 50 monsters. Hell difficulty is truly not easy. He is confident that first place this time is definitely his. The system announces the end of the second round. Over 5,000 candidates participated, and only a little over half were injured and voluntarily forfeited. Wang Ziheo is eager for the scores to be announced. The system continues, stating that only 2,000 candidates can now choose to proceed to the next round or forfeit. The leaderboard also appears. Ash has 1605 points, CMI has 470 points, Stella has 270 points, and Wang Ziheo has 265 points. Wang Ziheo is stunned, not believing his eyes. How could he get such a high score? The monster spawn rate is 1 every 5 seconds. In 1 minute, a maximum of 12 monsters can appear. Each one is worth 5 points. So in 30 minutes, the maximum possible score is 1,800. He got 1605 points, meaning he killed 321 monsters. Does he kill monsters instantly? The principals are all shocked, thinking this student from West Sea Academy is too monstrous. Last year, the brilliant Su Tianjing only got 700 points, and Hannah Lin only got 650. The principal of West Sea Academy's hand, holding a glass of water, trembles uncontrollably, unable to believe his student is so amazing, yet he maintains a calm facade. The third round begins. This time, candidates will fight one-on-one with a leader-level monster to test their individual extreme combat capabilities. Normal difficulty is worth 100 points, Nightmare is 300 points, and Hell is 500 points. Ash doesn't hesitate and chooses Hell difficulty. Immediately, a Beastman captain appears in front of Ash. It's the Hell difficulty leader. Ash looks at its stats and feels bored. Its stats are even worse than the elite monsters in the nightmare difficulty West Sea Mines dungeon. Although he knows the exam won't release a real hell-level monster, he's still a bit disappointed and sends out a skeleton to deal with it. The exam has a total of 5 rounds. Hopefully, the next 2 will offer a real challenge. Wang Ziheo also chooses hell difficulty and is now fiercely fighting the leader. On the side, Stella and CMI are also in their combat stances, ready to engage. As for Ash, it's too simple. The skeleton uses Brutal Strike and finishes the leader in 1 slash. The proctors truly can't believe their eyes anymore. It's the 3rd round, and this kid is still one-shotting the monsters. And his skeleton can even use skills? What kind of summon is this? It's always the same. This kid Ash's power is just too terrifying. The proctors feel that their tests can't even make him display his true strength. Proctor Ningfeng remains calm, stroking his beard. Just wait until the 5th round. If he wants to be the provincial champion, he must pass the 5th round. The proctors don't believe the 5th round won't be able to test his true strategy. At the end of the 3rd round, the leaderboard appears again. Ash's total score is now 2105. CMI's is 970. Stella is 3rd with 770, and Wang Ziheo is 4th with 765. Ash scrolls through the list and sees Liu Gao at rank 670 with a total of 300 points. It seems Liu Gao is also trying his best. The system announces that the 4th round is about to begin. The difficulty in the 4th round will continue to increase, along with the level of danger. Candidates can now choose to continue or forfeit. Wang Ziheo believes this 4th round is his chance to break into the top 3. The proctors tell the candidates that with their current scores, they can definitely get into the top 100 academies in the Empire. If they want to stop, that's perfectly fine. The rules for the 4th round are as follows. Each candidate will face 10 waves of monster attacks. Each wave has 10 monsters, for a total of 100 monsters. Whether the candidates manage to clear the previous wave or not, the next wave will appear 1 minute later. The final group of monsters will be led by a leader-level monster. Defeating all the monsters will clear the round. Each monster killed adds 10 points. After passing, the score for this round will be doubled, for a total of 2,000 points. The proctors in the monitoring room are eagerly awaiting to see how Ash will handle this. Ningfeng, however, feels that this 4th round will still be a piece of cake for him. It won't be difficult for Ash. The first wave of monsters appears. Ash summons a few skeleton warriors to deal with them. 3 skeleton warriors should be enough for this round. If there's a monster the skeletons can't kill in time, Soul Flame will be sufficient. Just like that, the first wave of monsters is dealt with neatly. The proctors can't believe it. The kid in front of them actually has a 3rd summon? Why didn't he summon it from the start and only now? This kid really likes to hide his strength. What's the point? Ash is so bored he's yawning and eating potatoes. This exam is so dull, there's no challenge at all. It's not even as exciting as the first time I entered the West Sea Mines dungeon. Nothing surprising here. The proctors are too bored to watch anymore. There's nothing interesting. Watching this kid is no fun. Let's go watch someone else. Over at Stella's location, she uses her scepter to cast Path of Flames. AoE attacks are the strength of an elemental mage like her. She can pass this round. Wang Ziheo is also fiercely slashing through the monsters. Outside, those who have forfeited watch the battle inside and feel terrified. How can you kill so many monsters in time? That guy Ash is too powerful. The monsters are killed by his skeleton warriors the moment they appear. Liu Gao, after persisting until the 6th wave of the 4th round, has also forfeited. He excitedly tells everyone about his big bro Ash. Big Bro single-handedly cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon. The other people don't believe him at all. How can someone solo a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Currently, there are only 5 candidates left. Ash Lin, Stella Xia, CMI, Wang Zihao, and Feng Tu. Feng Tu finally begins to show his true ability. He is a level 15 holy swordsman from the esteemed Feng family, and he is very clear about the exam rules. He knows that the real point-scoring opportunities begin after the second wave of monsters. The competition is getting more and more intense. Wang Zihao goes into a frenzy and charges into battle. Berserk will continuously boost him for 5 minutes, increasing his strength and vitality 5-fold, but reducing his agility by half. After the Berserk effect wears off, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour. Ash, however, remains completely calm in the face of the final wave of monsters. The proctor announces that the 4th round has ended. The number of people who passed is 5. Next will be the announcement of the leaderboard. In first place is Ashlyn with a total score of 3,605. Far behind in second place is CMI with a total score of 2,470. Stella and Wang Zihao are in third and fourth place, respectively, with scores of 2,270 and 2,265. Last is Feng Tu with a total score of 2,200. The spectators in the city are terrified. Only 5 people passed the 4th round. If the 4th round was this hard, I can't even imagine how difficult the 5th round will be. Wang Zihao is sweating profusely but remains extremely confident. Everything is as expected. The 5th round is when the real winner will be decided. Stella breathes a sigh of relief. She's in the top 5, so getting into Sky Capital Academy shouldn't be a problem. The proctor knows that all 5 of these candidates want to get into the top 5 academies. But don't think that just because you're in the top 5, you can relax. If you don't perform well enough in the final round, you'll still fail. So, if you want to get into Sky Capital Academy, work hard to earn points. Now, let's listen to the rules for round 5. Each candidate will be transported to a special space, the War Zone. In this space, various types of monsters will continuously spawn in large numbers. The first wave could be over 100. Furthermore, there will be elite monsters, leaders, and even bosses. The faster you kill them, the faster and stronger the next wave will be. Each person needs to adjust their own attack rhythm and pay attention to their score changes. The War Zone is divided into 5 stages, each with different point values. Only the candidates can see the scoring rules. Even the proctors don't know. After the candidates enter the War Zone, the proctors can only see their scores changing. So if you have any trump cards, use them all. Don't hold back. The scoreboard appears. Stage 1. Level 15 monsters, 50 points per kill. Stage 2. Level 16 monsters, 100 points per kill. Stage 3. Level 17 monsters, 200 points per kill. Stage 4. Level 18 monsters, 400 points per kill. Stage 5. Level 19 monsters, 800 points per kill. Ash stands before the battlefield. He can feel that this place is filled with a deathly aura. It seems that great, fierce battles once took place here. Are the proctors trying to give me a taste of the battlefield atmosphere first? He uses his appraisal skill and only sees that they are level 15 lizards with no stats or skills displayed. I don't know how strong it is. He sends a skeleton warrior. To test it, the skeleton leaps up and slashes, but doesn't kill the lizard in one hit. It seems its vitality stat is not low. But if one slash doesn't work, he'll just slash again. As soon as the first lizard falls, he uses corpse explosion. The second the proctors see him make a move, his score jumps by 500 points. In an instant, he has killed 10 monsters at once. Ash stands there thinking, if these lizards use their screams to attract their kin, I could just stand in one spot and wait for the monsters to come to me. What the hell? The monster's corpse disappeared. So the corpses only last for about 10 seconds. He can't wait for the monsters to gather and then use corpse explosion to wipe them all out. It seems he has to change his plan. Ash summons 9 skeleton warriors from his storage space. This number should be enough to lure all the remaining monsters here. After pulling a large number of monsters, he orders a skeleton to kill one lizard and then uses corpse explosion repeatedly. In a flash, he has killed 90 lizards. The proctors have no idea what he just did. They can only see his score skyrocketing. Proctor Ning Feng can't maintain his composure anymore. What on earth did that kid do? What kind of class is a necromancer? Where are this kid's limits? Back with Ash, all the monsters from the first wave have been dealt with. He wonders if he has to wait a minute for the second wave like in round 4. Suddenly, a rain of fire comes flying straight at him. Many skeleton warriors jump out to block the blows for him. This surprise attack came from several level 16 lizard mages. Ash remains cold and confident. Finally, something interesting. Now let's go. The lizards charge forward, and Ash sends his skeletons to meet them. The battle erupts instantly. The moment a lizard is cut down by a skeleton, he immediately uses corpse explosion. On a wide scale, as each lizard falls, he continues to trigger corpse explosion, creating a chain reaction of explosions. The proctors look at the scoreboard and can't believe their eyes. How did he suddenly gain another 6,000 points? How can this kid take down 120 monsters in the blink of an eye? This kid's summons are already so strong, and he also has an AoE attack skill. Just his Soul Flame skill alone is already ridiculously overpowered. Could this necromancer class surpass even a legendary class? A proctor calmly suggests they shouldn't make such comparisons at this time. Being strong at a low level doesn't mean he'll be strong at a high level. It's best to observe more. After dealing with one batch of lizards, another arrives. Ash calmly observes his surroundings. There are at least 40 monsters divided into scatter groups. This is a suspicious situation. The monster level has increased, and their numbers have multiplied. Based on this difficulty, it seems other classes will have a very hard time passing the second stage of the 5th round. Even if they can, it will take a lot of time. But for Ash, there's absolutely no need to worry. The proctors recall that in the history of the Divine Empire's university entrance exams, only one professional, over 100 years ago, passed the 3rd stage of the war zone. It's very possible that this Ash has a chance to repeat history. His strength is immense. A proctor suspects he has awakened a talent. If he really has awakened a talent, that would be excellent news for humanity. A genius who awakens a talent right after their class change might even awaken a new one during their second class change. Professionals with talents are rare, and those with dual talents are even rarer, perhaps not even 1 in 10,000. The proctors look at the scoreboard and are even more surprised. At the top is Ash Lin with over 30,000 points. Stella has risen to 2nd place, and Feng Tu is 3rd. The second round has just begun, and that kid Ash has already defeated over 200 monsters. Each one gives 100 points. A competition like this is basically just giving away points. If they had the authority, the proctors would have thrown in a few bosses for Ash to feast on. At this time in Sky Capital, the capital of the Divine Empire, the true form of the Trial Tower, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Divine Empire, is under attack. A monster charges straight towards the Divine Tower at extreme speed. A statue misses its attack. A giant hand emerges from the Divine Tower, blocking the monster. The monster is confident that those below cannot stop it, but the giant hand easily blocks it and then crushes it. The monster is nearly crushed to death, but it still smugly says, "This is just a clone, so I'm fine." But the kids in the Trial Tower are dead for sure. Immediately, the hand crushes the monster. 3 powerful figures arrive to assess the situation. To think those abyssal vermin would dare to launch a sneak attack. The speed of its dark light was truly fast. It seems they came prepared. Their target is the children in the Trial Tower. Those vermin have infiltrated the space within the tower, causing chaos. The power of the abyss has invaded the rules. The wasteland inside the tower was originally taken from the bottom of the abyss, which is very advantageous for them. One of the three, Bai Yuan, a top-tier powerhouse of the Divine Empire, asks how long it will take to stabilize the tower. After learning it will take an hour, he becomes extremely worried. Inside, Ash is having fun farming points from the monsters when suddenly they all disappear. As he's wondering what's happening, Stella appears. Confused about what happened in the war zone and why he can see other candidates, he finds that Stella experienced the same thing. Her monsters suddenly vanished. Wang Zihao had the same thing happen. All the candidates from across the country have been brought here. Suddenly, an illusion of Bai Yuan appears. Ning Feng sees Bai Yuan suddenly appear and guesses that something has gone wrong in the war zone. Bai Yuan explains the situation to the candidates. Abyssal demons have invaded the war zone, and their targets are the candidates. The top-tier powerhouses are working to repair the rules of the space, which is expected to take an hour. Therefore, for the next hour, the candidates must protect themselves. It's unclear what methods the abyssal demons will use against them, but Bai Yuan believes that as long as they unite, the abyss can't do anything to them. Stella is extremely flustered upon hearing this. Bai Yuan shouts the slogan, "As citizens of the Divine Empire, we do not fear battle, even in death." Wang Zihao raises his sword and joins in the slogan, boosting everyone's morale. If Bai Yuan says they can resist the invading abyssal forces, it means this force is not overwhelmingly strong. The proctors outside are terrified that the abyss is intentionally targeting the exam. They want to target the geniuses participating in the 5th round to cut off the supply of talent for the Divine Empire. If this isn't handled well, they might come back every year. Ning Feng reassures everyone, telling them to immediately notify those outside so they don't panic and to have complete faith in Bai Yuan. At this moment, a blood moon of the abyss appears. The forces of the abyss have begun to move. Candidates with knight classes immediately raise their shields, forming a barrier at the front. The abyss sees this and offers some praise. Indeed, the future of the Divine Empire. But unfortunately, you must all die. An hour is enough for the abyss to kill you all. It's just a pity that in this place, I can't savor the delicious corpses of you little brats. A beastman lizard, corrupted by the abyss, appears. This beastman is level 19. The candidates remember that there's a level cap in the war zone. The highest is only level 19. So what's there to be afraid of? They are all elite candidates from across the country. Their joy is short-lived as many more monsters appear before them. The weakest among them are enhanced elites. Stella, terrified, clings to Ash. Ash remains calm. Although these monsters are troublesome, they can be dealt with. Enhanced elite monsters. Aren't they just like the ones in the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon? They've been mutated by the power of the abyss. So, will these monsters give experience? The candidates back away in fear. The abyss smugly taunts. Scared now, are you? Bai Yuan said you could win if you unite. There are over 100 of you. Each one takes out a lizard, and it's over, right? Wang Zihao backs away in fear, the bloodlust radiating from the lizards, making it impossible for him to lift his sword. The other students take a defensive stance, extremely wary. Only Ash calmly steps forward. With his skeleton warriors, Stella is worried about her crush and tells him to come back. There are over 100 enhanced elite monsters at level 19 over there. He coldly turns back and says, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm strong." Stella, though terrified, still steps forward with Ash. He sees her following and figures it doesn't matter, so he lets her be. The others use appraisal on him and see that he's a necromancer. They don't know what powers he has, or if those skeletons are his summons. They don't know if they should charge forward with him. In the end, they all follow behind Ash, chanting the slogan, "As citizens of the Divine Empire, we do not fear battle, even in death." The abyss sees a few of them finally coming forward to offer their lives and laughs smugly. "You've got guts. It's a real shame I have to kill you. Why don't you come to the Abyss and be slaves to the demons? The gates of the Abyss are always open to strong individuals like you. Ash walks forward with an air of absolute confidence. The current distance is 50 meters. Using corpse explosion at this range would be most effective. The others see him stop and are confused. Ash says, stopping here is fine. He summons all his skeleton warriors. 100 skeletons appear, to the astonishment of everyone. How does that guy have so many summon monsters? An explosion occurs, followed by countless others, simply and neatly wiping out the entire swarm of lizards. All the other candidates have no idea what skill this is or why it has such immense power. Wang Ziheo's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe Ash is this powerful. This necromancer class is truly terrifying. The Abyss is stunned. How could all its monsters be wiped out? How is this possible? It wants to devour him alive, but it can't manifest here. Facing 100 skeletons, it can only continue to summon and empower more monsters. The monsters, empowered to a frenzy, charge towards the candidates. Ash looks up at the blood moon and realizes the demon is there. He immediately orders his skeletons to grab a lizard corpse and jump up. The demon doesn't understand what he's trying to do. Ash activates corpse explosion along with soul flame, detonating it right inside the blood moon. He doesn't see any experience points, so the demon's vitality must be quite high. He continues to maintain soul flame, burning the demon. The demon screams in agony. What is this skill? Why can it burn a demon's soul? It has no idea what class this is. It's completely absurd. There's no way a class that can harm it like this could exist. Ash is extremely confident. Anyone who dares to invade the war zone must pay a heavy price. Outside, the three great powerhouses are still observing and repairing the divine tower. The old man repairing the tower suddenly feels the invading abyssal force weaken over a large area. Bai Yuan's expression immediately changes, looking terrifying. Could it be that all the candidates in the tower are dead? The old man corrects him, saying he can still feel the presence of many people inside, but the abyssal demon's consciousness has weakened. The demon is injured. Bai Yuan immediately calms down. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scare me to death. But Bai Yuan is puzzled. The abyssal demon used the power of the abyss to disrupt the rules of the war zone. Even the great powerhouses couldn't get in. So who could have injured it? Could it have been just the level 15 and 16 candidates inside? Inside the war zone, the demon furiously orders its monsters to charge. Charge! Just target that necromancer. The lizards immediately ignore the other candidates and advance towards Ash. Just then, his corpse explosion skill levels up. After being amplified by his talent, the damage radius of corpse explosion increases to 20 meters, creating an explosion with damage equal to 150% of the enemy's health. So this is a skill that needs to be used a lot to increase its proficiency and level up? Or is it that apart from the talent skills gained during class change, all skills learned from skill books have to be leveled up like this? Ash turns to look at the lizards rushing towards him. Looks like they've come at the perfect time. Now let's test out the new skill. A series of chain explosions occur. These monsters are just free experience points for him. After a series of continuous explosions, Ash levels up to 17. The others are all stunned, unable to believe that someone would use this opportunity to level up using the monsters. But they're also lucky to have him. Otherwise, everyone here would have been dead. Ash throws the corpses of several lizards up towards the blood moon and uses corpse explosion to detonate them. The demon, about to be blown away, furiously vows, "I'll remember your face, you brat. Just wait until you come to the abyss." Before it can finish its sentence, a series of explosions erupts, blowing up the blood moon itself. The demon has been defeated, and the war zone has returned to normal. Outside, The old man also senses that the consciousness of the abyss has been destroyed and the war zone is gradually being restored. Bai Yuan is still worried and asks about the children's condition. The old man breathes a sigh of relief. The children are all safe and sound, with no casualties. Bai Yuan finds the situation completely different from what was expected. What on earth happened in the war zone? Just to be safe before bringing the children out, we must review what happened inside. Inside the space, Stella anxiously runs over to see if her crush is okay. To think you single-handedly repelled the demon. At this moment, Bai Yuan's illusion reappears. He informs the candidates that the forces of the abyss have vanished and the war zone is gradually returning to normal. The candidates will be returned to their exam sites, after which the results will be announced. The candidates here couldn't possibly have fought off those beastmen just now. Luckily, Ash was here. The system announces that the combat class test has concluded. Candidates will be transported out to await the final evaluation. Proctor Ningfeng announces that the combat class exam results are a combination of the scores obtained in the test and an evaluation. Top-tier academies not only require good scores, but also an excellent evaluation. The evaluation for the 5 who made it to the 5th round from West Sea will be different from other candidates. It will be given personally by the high-ranking officials of the Divine Empire. Ningfeng doesn't know what happened in there, but he is really looking forward to seeing what kind of evaluation that kid Ash will get. Elsewhere, Bai Yuan and a few others are reviewing what happened in the war zone when the demon invaded. He is extremely surprised by what he sees. A single necromancer quelled the chaos and repelled the demon. Bai Yuan had heard of the necromancer before. He had heard that this was a brand new class that had just appeared in West Sea City. To think this person single-handedly turned the tide, truly incredible. This candidate is calm, decisive, and has a powerful class. This child has the makings of a top-tier powerhouse. Not only does he have a powerful class, but he must have also awakened a talent. As you can see, this year's evaluation is a bit difficult due to the unexpected circumstances. Those who fled are cowards. On the battlefield, they would be deserters, useless. Give them a poor evaluation. Bai Yuan states that Ash's evaluation must be excellent, and the others can be discussed among themselves. The system screen appears. The person at the top is Ash Lin, with an excellent evaluation. The principal of West Sea is overjoyed, jumping and cheering. Ash got first place. He's the champion. He's the champion. Haha. With a champion student in the school, this old principal will be boasting for the next 20 years. Stella congratulates Idiot Ash for actually becoming the provincial champion. He smiles and thanks her. Stella freezes. Idiot Ash, did you just smile? Oh, that sunny smile just melted my heart. Why don't you smile more often? Ash ranked as the champion of the exam, and the person in second place was Stella Xia, also with an excellent evaluation. Needless to say, the principal was ecstatic that the top 2 in the exam were both from West Sea Academy. Third place in the exam was Feng Tu, and fourth was Xiemai, both with excellent evaluations. Fifth place was Wang Ziheo, but he only received a poor evaluation. Wang Ziheo doesn't understand why he received a poor evaluation. With this evaluation, forget Sky Capital Academy. Not even the top 20 academies in the Empire would accept him. He angrily shouts that he doesn't accept it. On what grounds did you give me a poor evaluation? This is unfair. The moment he caused a disturbance, Wang Ziheo was expelled for violating the exam rules. The proctors on the stage announced that this year's combat class provincial champion is Ash Lin. Please subscribe to the channel for the latest information. Liu Gao cheers with joy because his boss has become the provincial champion. The proctor asks everyone to be quiet and then continues to announce that the Empire has issued a command. In this year's university entrance exam, Ash Lin has become a national champion. Everyone can't believe what they just heard. The most shocked person is probably the principal of West Sea Academy. His student has become the national champion. The principal sings with joy. This is the greatest pride of his career. Everyone is thrilled to know that West Sea City has a national champion. When I have kids, I'll definitely send them to West Sea Academy. CMI and Feng too also come to congratulate Ash and thank him for saving them this time. They happily shake hands. See you again at Sky Capital Academy. When that time comes, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Ash just gives a non-committal Stella quickly speaks up for her crush. This guy doesn't like to talk much. I've been in the same class with him for 3 years, and the number of times we've talked can be counted on one hand. Ash immediately corrects her. I've said 26 sentences to Stella. CMI and Feng, too, both burst out laughing. Who would have thought that this guy, who's as cool as a god in a dungeon, is also a god in real life, but a god of awkwardness? The end. After the exam, Ash returns home. He looks at the family photo. Sis, I'm coming to Sky Capital Academy to see you soon. Grandma, I've become a national champion. Just then, there's another knock at the door. Ash opens the door to find the principal. Next to the principal is another person. Ash looks at this person, who radiates such a terrifying aura that he finds it hard to breathe. He immediately summons a skeleton warrior. It turns out that person is Bai Yuan. He praises Ash for his quick reaction. Seeing the great Bai Yuan, Ash immediately bows in greeting. The skeleton warrior also bows. Bai Yuan is very pleased. The person before him is calm, composed, with excellent instincts and reactions. This is indeed a good seed. Bai Yuan has come this time to talk about the matter of Sky Capital Academy. Ash invites the two of them into his house and serves them tea. The principal explains to Bai Yuan that Ash's sister went to Sky Capital Academy last year, so the boy has been living alone. Bai Yuan looks at him with great appreciation. To come from such a family background and for both siblings to be able to get into Sky Capital Academy is truly commendable. It's even rarer to see a talent like Ash. Bai Yuan uses his appraisal skill to examine the skeleton warrior. Its stats are all 250, quite ordinary. But in the war zone, you single-handedly repelled the demon's consciousness. How'd you do it? Ash is bewildered. How can all 4 stats be 250? It seems others can't see the stats of his skeleton warriors after they've been enhanced by his talent. Bai Yuan asks him what talent he has awakened. Ash replies that his talent is amplification, which enhances all his skills and stats. The principal is extremely surprised to learn that he has truly awakened a talent. Bai Yuan hears about his talent and figures that with it, everything makes more sense. Bai Yuan came today for 2 reasons. First, to give him his reward from Sky Capital Academy. Second, to take him to the academy because there will be a trial in 2 days, and Bai Yuan hopes he can participate. Ash asks what the trial is. Bai Yuan explains that it's just a trial within Sky Capital Academy. All participants are students of the academy. As for the specific details, he has to agree to participate to be told. Ash thinks, this isn't a mandatory trial. The decision is in my hands. And only academy students are involved. Why the need for secrecy? It seems the content of the trial is unusual. Bai Yuan continues, this trial is a rare opportunity. Originally, you weren't eligible to participate. Ash interrupts him and agrees to participate immediately. Bai Yuan, having successfully recruited him, laughs heartily. Since you've agreed, let's give you your reward first. As the national champion, the rewards are certainly not small. The first reward, besides the exam points from before, is an additional 100,000 points. All the points are in this card. You've probably heard that at the academy, points are more useful than gold. The second reward is 1 low-grade skill scroll and 1 mid-grade skill scroll. The third reward, based on Ash's performance in the war zone, is an additional reward of one-time access to the Divine Tower. Bai Yuan continues, access to the tower is very precious, especially the first time. You must be fully prepared before entering. Ash understands what he's saying. The fact that he's giving such detailed instructions must mean it's extremely important. Bai Yuan stands up and tells Ash to pack his things. Then he'll take him to Sky Capital Academy. Outside, before Ash teleports away with Bai Yuan, the principal stands behind him and encourages him to do his best. A moment later, the two of them have arrived in front of the gate of Sky Capital Academy. Bai Yuan tells him, "This main gate is both a protective barrier and a weapon. Even a top-tier powerhouse would have to pay a great price to force their way in." Bai Yuan leads him inside to a room. This is the residence area. "Ash, you can stay here today. I have to go first. Get a good rest. Someone will come tomorrow to show you around the academy." The person in the room bows. Bai Yuan is puzzled. What is Ash's status that Lord Bai Yuan had to personally bring him here? And he's so cold to the Lord, not saying a word. This person is a real estate agent and asks him where he wants to live. This place has many room options, from a 4-person dorm room, a 2-person room, or a single room, to even a single villa and a villa with an underground level for cultivation. Different types of rooms have quite a large price difference. The young man knows that Ash just finished his exam and has a lot of points, but he still advises him to save where he can because there will be many places where he'll need points later. He suggests starting with a 4-person or 2-person room. Ash thinks for a moment. He really does need to save, but with his quiet personality, a single dorm is the best choice. The young man is a bit surprised that he chose a single dorm. Having a few points really makes you reckless. You don't know how to save now, but later when you find out how hard points are to earn, you'll regret it. After choosing a room, the young man leads Ash to it and asks for his card to register. After swiping the card, the young man is so shocked he almost faints. How does this kid have so many points? Over 130,000. Ash explains that it's the reward for being the national champion. The young man understands. No wonder this kid chose a single dorm without a second thought. Since entering the academy, he has only earned a total of 10,000 points, which is not even a fraction of this guy's total. After a brief introduction, the young man leaves so as not to disturb Ash's rest. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to remind him to buy a communication device tomorrow, or it will be quite inconvenient. At night, Ash sits resting in his room, looking out the window and seeing several flashes of light everywhere. Are those flashes from people practicing their skills? As expected of Sky Capital Academy, everyone is so diligent. In this atmosphere, his leveling speed will surely be much faster than before. The next day, while Ash is meditating in his room, there's a knock on the door. He opens it to find the girl who had asked for his potatoes before evening. Eve greets him and immediately pulls him outside. "Let's go. I'll take you to breakfast, and then I'll show you around Sky Capital Academy." As expected of the top academy in the country, even the cafeteria is like a 5-star hotel. After they choose their food, Ash acts like a gentleman and pays. Eve is surprised. "Why are you paying with points? You can use money in the cafeteria. In places where you can use money, you should absolutely not use points." Ash says he has no money, only points. Eve, munching on a bun, tells him that if he has no money, he should just say so. "I'm not short on cash. Don't waste your points like that next time." Good thing it was only 5 points. Eve looks at the payment machine and sees Ash's balance, and her jaw drops. Her eyes widen, and she freezes, dropping the bun she was chewing. How can a new student have 130,000 points? After eating, Eve still reminds him to remember that if he can use money, he should absolutely not use points. Points should be spent on weapons. Even if you have a lot of points, you shouldn't waste them like that. It's suspicious. Grateful for Eve's enthusiasm, Ash takes out the Goblin King's crystal and gives it to her. Eve is extremely surprised by the beautiful crystal in front of her. This is the core for the 5th grade accessory, the Ring of the Goblin King. If you sell it, it's worth at least $1 million. Are you really giving it to me? Ash just gives a simple Eve is overjoyed. Then I won't be polite. She takes the crystal and jumps for joy. Ash hears her and realizes this thing is truly valuable. No wonder that Dynasty Guild was so desperate to get it. Eve takes Ash on a tour. They go to the administration office. Standing in front of a computer, he looks up his sister's information but finds nothing. He asks Eve why. Eve sees that the information is blank and guesses that his sister might be on a special, confidential mission for the Academy, so her information is hidden. It's also possible she has joined a special academy like the Genesis Academy. It's highly likely your sister has joined some academy. Eve tells Ash not to worry, that nothing bad has happened, and then she leads him on. Today, besides showing you around the academy, I have another mission. She leads Ash to a classroom and introduces him as the national champion. A girl in the class comes up to shake his hand and greet him. I'm Jiang Tao, a level 23 spirit knight. Ash introduces himself. Ash Lin, a level 17 necromancer. A guy sitting arrogantly on a desk scoffs at Ash. Even if you want to bring someone, you shouldn't just grab some random nobody. The person I was just talking about is Lan Zhan. Jiang Tao tells Lan Zhan to watch his mouth. After all, that level 17 kid is the national champion. Lan Zhan is very arrogant. So what if he's the national champion? Compared to the Hidden Dragon Squad at Sky Capital Academy, a national champion is nothing. It's not like we haven't seen national champions before. They're all the same trash. Basically, nothing special. Lan Zhan then stands up in front of Ash and asks his name. Do you know who I am? A brat like you who got in through connections shouldn't think you can do whatever you want just because you know a powerful person. In the Hidden Dragon Squad, strength is what matters most. It's no problem to bring you along on this training mission, but please know your place and keep your mouth shut. Don't talk, and it's best if you don't even make sound. And don't drag us down. Otherwise, I'll be the first one to not be polite to you. With that, Lan Zhan brandishes his weapon, his aura flaring. Ash thinks this guy is a complete moron. Even a young lady of the Xia family isn't as arrogant as him. Being called a moron, Lan Zhan's blood boils, and he wants to fight right away. Jiang Tao immediately creates a barrier to stop Lan Zhan. The guy is furious, but he doesn't dare to touch Sister Tao, so he has to grit his teeth and let it go. Tao turns to mediate and tells Ash that they will gather here at 9 tomorrow to set off. As for the content of this training, she will tell him tomorrow. Eve is excited and wants to take him shopping to prepare for tomorrow. After Eve pulls Ash away, Sister Tao talks to Lan Zhan. I know you have complaints, but you can't bring personal grudges into the training. Besides, that kid was personally recommended by Lord Baiyuan. Lan Zhan is actually very understanding. He just wanted to see what kind of person was replacing his younger brother. Sister Tao has a lot of faith in the new kid. He's a national champion. Although that means nothing to the Hidden Dragon Squad, it's still enough to win the title. Plus, his class is a new one, Necromancer. The other guy is still a bit unconvinced. Even if you bring someone useful. Every year, new classes appear, and they all turn out to be trash. This Necromancer is probably the same. On the other side, Eve is taking Ash shopping. Don't bother with those guys, he's just mad. Let's go buy some healing potions and mana potions, and also a communication device. At the store, Eve tells the shopkeeper she wants to buy red and blue potions, 10 bottles of each, and also a communication device. Ash also opens his mouth to communicate with the shopkeeper, wanting to buy a few items. After Ash puts on the communication device, Eve is happy. So now I can bother you anytime I want, This communication device is like a smartphone with all the necessary features. First, let's add each other as friends. This is my number. After exchanging contact information, Eve leaves. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. This time, he was lucky and got a new skill. He obtained the Curse of Slowing skill. Within a 5-meter radius, this skill will curse an enemy, slowing their speed by 5% for a duration of 1 minute. After being enhanced by his talent's effect, the skill's range reaches 50 meters. The slowing effect increases to 50%, and the duration extends to 10 minutes. It's another divine skill. Now, Ash's skills can be divided into summoning, attack, and curse systems. No matter the type, every skill is important and a divine skill incredibly powerful. Hopefully, he can learn more skills in the future. The very next morning, Eve has already called Ash to wake him up. She's waiting at his door. After Ash joins the Hidden Dragon squad, Sister Tao instructs everyone not to run around after teleporting. Lanjun is still a bit bitter and tells the young kid not to drag them down. Hey, big bro, who's dragging who down is still uncertain. Our protagonist is super powerful, you know. Eve is thinking the same thing I am. Folks, Sister Tao is at her wit's end with these two. Everyone knows how important this training is. If you two have any conflicts, settle them after the training. Now, smile at each other and introduce your classes. First is Miao Yu, a level 20 spirit elder. Duan Gao, level 20, is a prophet. Lan Zhen, level 21, is a warlock. Jiang Tao is a level 23 spirit knight. And Ash Lin is a level 17 necromancer. There's also Eve Ning, a level 19 shadow assassin. Sister Tao tells everyone that for this training, they must all unite, or she'll beat each one of them up. Eve is determined and reassures Sister Tao, "Don't worry, we will absolutely not affect the training." Sky Capital Academy and the Hidden Dragon Squad begin their teleportation for the training. The whole team sees the Divine Tower. Ash is quite surprised. So this is what the space inside the Divine Tower looks like. The power of the Divine Tower has been released, teleporting them to the training location, Mermaid Island. After being teleported, Sister Tao tells everyone to touch the mission stone to find out this training's objective. The mission is to go to the Tears of the Mermaid dungeon, kill the boss inside, and obtain the Mermaid's Tear. The team size on the island is a maximum of 6 people, with an average level of 20. The Mermaid's Tear will only drop when the dungeon difficulty is on Nightmare. The tear will only drop 3 times. Ash understands that with a mission like this, it means only the top 3 teams to clear the dungeon will get the Mermaid's Tear. The Mermaid's Tear is located in the center of Mermaid Island. In the end, it's just a dungeon run. Is there something special about the Mermaid's Tear? Sister Tao is quite surprised that this training is on Mermaid Island. Eve says that Sister Tao has a lot of training experience and should lead the team. Sister Tao tells everyone that the Mermaid's Tear can be used to create a special piece of equipment with a very powerful effect. The location of Mermaid Island is not within the territory of our divine empire. Only 3 Mermaid's Tears drop each year. So every year, besides the divine empire, people from other countries also come to Mermaid Island. Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams, and this is team number 2. This means we not only have to compete with other students from Hidden Dragon, but also with teams from other countries. Eve is worried about what to do if they have to confront teams from other countries. Sister Tao says similar things have happened before, but at most, they just guarded the dungeon entrance and didn't let anyone in. She warns everyone not to let their guard down, as bloodshed and deaths have occurred before. If a conflict really arises, do what you have to do, but remember that your life is the most important thing. Hearing this, Eve is a little worried, but Ash tells her to rest assured that they won't encounter such a situation. And even if they do, his 100 skeletons can handle it all. After the mission briefing, the whole team gets into a combat stance. Sister Tao orders Duan Gao to apply buffs to the whole team. Everyone's strength, agility, and vitality are enhanced. Ash feels the power coursing through him. All 4 stats are increased by 30%, and skill power is increased by 20% for 1 hour. This prophet class is truly a powerful support class. It's just a pity that compared to his talent, the prophet's buff effect is too weak. Alright, what would happen if the prophet's buff was applied to the skeleton warriors? Thinking this, Ash immediately summons a skeleton warrior to test it. Duan Gao is startled when he sees the skeleton, not expecting him to be able to summon an immortal creature like this. Miao Yu is also scared and hides behind Eve. Eve laughs and says not to worry. These skeletons are cute. Ash asks Duan Gao to apply a buff to the skeleton. Duan Gao does as he's told, but the skill has no effect on the skeleton. It's probably because Ash's talent is too strong, so Duan Gao's blessing skill is directly overwritten by the talent. Longjin doesn't think so, believing the skeleton is too weak to be buffed. This summon is useless trash, just like its master. Ash and the skeleton both glare at Longjun with murderous intent. Longjun is startled and steps back, clutching his scepter. What? You want to fight? Sister Tao immediately raises her shield between the two troublemakers. If you want to fight, do it at home. Finish the trial first. Longjun still hasn't recovered. When the skeleton looked at him just now, he felt like he was about to die. His whole body went cold and stiff, unable to move. Sister Tao sees that the trial has begun and immediately charges forward, calling for the team to enter Mermaid Island. The team's goal is the Mermaid Dungeon, so they have to move as fast as possible. If they can avoid fighting wild monsters, they should. Run! After running for a while, they are blocked by a level 19 mermaid soldier. Sister Tao doesn't slow down, charging straight at the monster with her shield, creating an explosion. Eve quickly dashes forward, approaching the monster from behind, and uses her dagger to finish it. Successfully defeated the level 19 mermaid race soldier. The team gains 1,500 experience. Captain Zhang Tao gets a fish scale. But there isn't just one monster. There are many more behind it. After a while of fighting, the team stops to assess the situation. Now, level 21 monsters have appeared. At this rate, it will take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island. The team's pace is too slow. They can't afford to fight monsters anymore. Sister Tao orders Miouyu to control the monsters so the team can run past them. Miouyu creates a whirlwind that sucks all the monsters in. She tells everyone to hurry past. She can't hold these monsters for long. 20 minutes later, the team has advanced further but is still being held back by the soldiers. The team's pace is not good. They are still falling behind. Sister Tao asks Miouyu if she can hold off these mermaid soldiers if they continue to charge through. Miouyu looks at the number of monsters. There are too many, and she's afraid she can't control them. Moreover, they are all level 22 monsters, one level higher than her. Her skill might fail. Sister Tao is unsure what to do. If they charge through directly, they might get surrounded, and the whole team would be in danger. But if they clear the monsters before moving on, it will take at least an hour, and they will fall behind. By the time they reach the center of the island, there might be no crystals left. While she's pondering, Ash calmly steps forward to take on the difficult task. Longjin scoffs. What can a level 17 weakling do? You haven't helped at all along the way. I don't see what good you are to the team. You're better off hiding behind Eve's skirt. Eve angrily tells him to shut his stinking mouth. Sister Tao is also hesitant and asks Ash what he plans to do. I thought our protagonist was going to wipe out these monsters with corpse explosion, but he humbly says he'll just use his skeleton warriors to lead the monsters away. Only then does Sister Tao remember that they have a summoner with summons in the team. In that case, let's leave this to Ash. Ash sends a skeleton charging forward. Sister Tao is very surprised by the skeleton warrior's incredible speed. The path is cleared as she orders the team to quickly pass through. Afterwards, Ash recalls the skeleton warrior to his summoned space. Sister Tao has to praise him. Thanks to him this time, the team saved a lot of time. Longjun is still resentful and competes with Ash. Why didn't you do that from the beginning? If you had done it sooner, the team might have already reached the mountain instead of falling behind. But a sense of reason tells him to stop talking nonsense. If you're so capable, show it. All you've done so far is run your mouth. Longjun thinks Ash is only relying on his summons and is probably a weakling himself. Ash glares at him with murderous intent. Say that again, and see if I don't summon a dozen skeletons to gang up on you. Miouyu suddenly widens her eyes as if seeing a ghost, and calls for everyone to be careful. The entire team is now surrounded. They are from the Y country. She is a special class from their country, a Shikigami summoner. She uses a talisman and summons two monsters, Oxhead and Horseface, blocking the path of the Hidden Dragon team. That is the ability to summon Shikigami, which can even summon ancient gods. Miyu doesn't understand why they're doing this. Don't be naive. Of course, it's to stop the Hidden Dragon team from reaching the mountain. She leaves Horseface behind, jumps on Oxhead's head, and leaves smugly. You guys just stay here and wait. If you can't take it, use a mission stone to teleport back. This time, the mermaid dungeon belongs to the Y country, haha. It's not just the Hidden Dragon team. Many others are blocked here. The Y country is truly despicable. The Shikigami Summoner is a legendary rank class. It seems the Y country has invested a lot. There are now hundreds of mermaid monsters gathered here. It would take at least a few hours to clear them all. Sister Tao asks Ash if he can do anything. Can you use the skeletons to lead the monsters away? The other people think it's useless. A summoner is useless at this point. With over 100 monsters, a summoner can't do anything. One of Ash's skeletons immediately leads the monsters away. The people there are happy that someone is pulling the monsters away, but unfortunately, there are still many monsters left. Ash summons another skeleton warrior to continue leading the monsters away. Sister Tao is very surprised and happy that he has two skeleton warriors. Ash could actually wipe out these monsters, but he doesn't want to. If he uses Corpse Explosion to deal with all the monsters, that moron Lanjun will get a share of the experience. The others are overjoyed to see the two skeletons leading the monsters away. Someone even wants to invite Ash for a drink after the trial. Just as they are about to deal with the few remaining monsters, another skeleton appears and lures the rest away. All the monsters have been led away, and everyone heads up the mountain together. They can't let that Shikigami summoner be arrogant forever. Everyone gathers around Ash, thanking him for his help. Next time you want to do a dungeon, you'll definitely be invited. Lanjun is still not very convinced. Soon, everyone is caught up with the players from the Y country. She is extremely surprised. How did they get up here? With so many monsters, they should have been held back for at least an hour. She immediately orders her archers to get into position. I don't care how they did it, but you have to stop them. A rain of arrows is about to fall. The mages raise their shields to defend. Ash also summons skeletons to block the blows. Eve and Ash are very relaxed, even though the battle has begun. Eve giggles. Luckily, you and your skeleton warriors are here this time, so I'm not scared at all. After the first wave of fighting, all the members of the Empire sit down to rest. The teams discuss. This isn't good. Our formation is too chaotic. We need to reorganize. It's best to have a strong mage. We're missing too many people at the foot of the mountain. We need to reorganize the team to suppress the Y country. At this time, Lanjun walks up to Sister Tao and says he wants to switch teams. He points at Ash. Either he goes or I go. You have to choose, Captain. Duan Gao and Miyu think this guy is being unreasonable. If it weren't for Ash leading the monsters away, the Hidden Dragon team might not even be here now. Eve is also angry. That bastard Lanjun doesn't deserve to be a human. He smugly thinks that the captain will definitely keep him. Other teams are looking for mages, and the Hidden Dragon team can't afford to lose his attack power right now. This way, he can get rid of that annoying newbie. Sister Tao doesn't think much. If that's the case, I won't keep you. Get out of the team, Lanjun. Lanjun's face darkens. He immediately questions Jiang Tao. What? Captain, you're letting me leave the team? If I leave, this trial is useless for you. Don't you want to enter the Genesis Academy? In response, he gets the girl's cold attitude. I do, but you've forgotten my class. I'm a spirit knight. I have my beliefs. I can't fulfill your request. Lanjun sullenly turns and leaves, not forgetting to leave a threatening remark. If that's the case, you all better not regret it. Ash calmly breaks the atmosphere. Let's go into the dungeon. Jiang Tao is still a bit confused. But the White Country. Eve gently pats her friend's shoulder to comfort her. Sister Tao, let's go into the dungeon. Jiang Tao still doesn't understand the situation. But how? The White Country. Miao Yu and Duan Gao look at each other and also decide, let's follow him. The group enters the dungeon one by one, leaving only Feng Tu behind, who thinks to himself, at worst, we'll just retreat. With me here, at least there won't be any danger. But does Eve really trust Ash that much? When Jiang Tao's group appears at the dungeon gate, the people from the White Country shout at them to leave. Get back. People from the Divine Empire are not allowed to enter the dungeon. Seeing this, the other people from the Divine Empire flare up, recognize Ash, and shout, it's that summoner brother. Let's go together. Don't let the White Country people bully our Divine Empire brothers. Protect him. Standing in a corner, Lan Zhan sneers, idiots. Want to get yourselves killed. Without another word, the people from the White Country immediately summon their ancient spirit beasts and launch a barrage of attacks. The people from the Divine Empire also do their best to resist. Amidst the chaos, Ash just coolly says 2 words, come out. Instantly, an army of skeletons appears, easily blocking all attacks from the White Country's side. Jiang Tao is so shocked, she can't believe her eyes. Ash has such a powerful summon. Miao Yu is also too shocked to speak. What? Duan Gao is just as stunned. These skeletons blocked all the attacks. Ash's summon has really scared the entire White Country group. What kind of class is this? How can he have so many summons? What are those skeletons? Our attacks are completely ineffective. They look so fragile, like they could be blown away at any moment. They want to enter the dungeon. Even so, the people from the White Country don't back down, becoming even more aggressive than before. We must stop them. Just before the fire talisman is thrown, Ash's group disappears into the dungeon. This scene makes the people of the White Country grit their teeth in frustration, holding in a huge ball of anger. Now, Ash's team is standing in the middle of a deep, dark cave. He still maintains his calm demeanor. But Jiang Tao can't help but feel uneasy. Eve whispers to her, don't worry, his skeletons are very powerful. Jiang Tao can only nod in agreement. All right, I hope he can release many skeletons. I'll do my best to stop the monsters. She calls out, Miao Yu, heal me immediately and give me control. Her friend loudly replies, don't worry, Sister Tao. I'm coming to bless you. Suddenly, the system announces, killed level 21 elite mermaid warrior. Experience plus 1,000. Received 10 mermaid scales. This makes Miao Yu stop in her tracks. Wait, what's happening? Duan Gao is also confused. Why did I suddenly receive experience? It turns out, on another side, Ash's skeletons are diligently fighting monsters. Elite Mermaid Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, level 21, Strength 2,000, Agility 1,200, Spirit 800, Vitality 2,200, Skill, Howling Kill. Jiang Tao thinks in shock, instant kill. Ash, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely orders, continue searching for targets. Jiang Tao looks at his back, completely stunned. Just now, his skeleton instantly killed an enhanced elite monster in a nightmare difficulty dungeon. A feat that even a perfectly arranged team would take 1 to 2 minutes to accomplish. Eve excitedly says, I told you, Ash's skeletons are very powerful. Everyone, follow him. Duan Gao awkwardly calls out, wait a minute, the buffs haven't been applied yet. Jiang Tao decisively says, forget about the buffs, follow them and we'll talk later. Ash's skeleton army fears no walking fish. Just one furious blow is enough to wipe them all out. Jiang Tao is still in shock. This is the first time she's felt that running a dungeon could be so easy. Before, she always had to be on the front lines, watching every monster attack to protect her teammates. This time, it seems she doesn't even need to draw their aggro. Duan Gao and Miouyu whisper to each other. It seems we're not needed. It feels like we don't have to do anything at all. After proceeding like this for a while, Ash's group runs into a cliff. They think to themselves, it's a dead end. The monsters in this dungeon aren't that many. Suddenly, Eve seems to have discovered something. Below, it looks like a boss. The system displays the information. Pet snake of the Mermaid Queen. Elite leader, level 23, strength 3600, agility 5500, spirit 3000, vitality 5000, skills, crushing whip, death squeeze, poisonous mist. Ash observes it, mentally assessing. Its stats are even higher than the Goblin King's. My skeleton's four-dimensional stats are currently 2700. Jiang Tao speaks up. I'll go fight the monster. Ash shakes his head. No need. His army of skeletons immediately charges forward. But the giant snake is no pushover. It uses its crushing whip to fight back. Soon, it has slipped out of the skeleton's encirclement. Jiang Tao is surprised. It's so agile. What should we do? Ash remains calm. It's fine. He activates the curse of slowing. Immediately, the snake is bound by red chains. Its speed is clearly slowed down. The skeleton army seizes the opportunity. Jiang Tao asks in surprise, "Is this a curse-type skill?" Ash replies curtly, "Yes." She looks at him, full of questions. He has powerful summons and also knows curse-type skills. What kind of class is a necromancer? Over there, Ash's skeletons are still toying with the snake, but it retaliates with its death squeeze move. The snake spews poisonous mist. Ash watches the scene, calculating in his head, my skeletons are undead summons. The effect of the poisonous mist on them is almost negligible. Quick as lightning, the snake is pierced through by his skeleton. Jiang Tao is speechless. This, ended just like that. Kill pet snake of the Mermaid Queen. Experience plus 50,000. Received silver grade defense tool. Dry snake scale armor. Received mid-grade monster crystal core. Duan Gao is still dazed. I haven't done anything, and I've already received so much experience. Eve giggles. Don't be silly, let's go. Jiang Tao also speaks up. Let's go. Follow Ash. She reasons. Based on the name of the leader just now, pet snake of the Mermaid Queen, the final boss must be the Mermaid Queen. Ash's group walks through the dark cave. Eve pinches her nose. The fishy smell here is so strong. After walking for a while, they see a magnificent palace. In the central courtyard, there's a glowing golden orb. Of course, there are many fishmen guarding that treasure. Jiang Tao and Eve count, and both are stunned. A total of 60 patrol teams. That's 180 mermaid monsters. And they're all enhanced elite monsters. Ash just quietly observes, thinking, the more monsters, the better. Without much thought, he immediately orders his skeletons to attack. Jiang Tao is startled. What? Ash, you. She can't understand what he's thinking. Even though his skeletons are fast, he can't be this reckless. Elite mermaid soldier, enhanced elite monster. Strength 2000, agility 1400, spirit 1000, vitality 2400, skill, sweeping shock. They've noticed a strange noise and immediately use sweeping shock, rushing to block the skeleton's furious blows. Eve is anxious. The other guard teams are charging up too. What is Ash planning to do? He signals, cover your ears. Eve doesn't quite understand at first. Immediately after, piercing screams assault them. Even covering her ears can't block the sound. The system explodes with notifications. Killed elite mermaid. Experience plus 12,000. Killed elite mermaid. Experience plus 12,000. The notification repeats 6 times like that. They're all dumbfounded. Heavens, what happened? But the experience points don't stop there. The system continuously announces, and the experience points increase so fast, it's dizzying, leaving Ash's entire team bewildered. What skill is this? It's so powerful. How'd he do it? This is the first time I've experienced being flooded with experience like this. Before long, Ash's skeletons have defeated the mermaid soldiers. The great doors of the palace swing open. The final boss has appeared. Mermaid Queen, leader-level monster, strength 5,000, agility 6,000, spirit 5,000, vitality 6,000, skills, terrifying howl, surging tide, Queen's whisper. Eve's eyes widen at the sight. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Ash reminds her, it's a charm spell. He quickly uses a cleansing skill. Jiang Tao realizes Ash is unaffected. Eve is confused. What happened to me? Miao Yu explains with a tremble. The Mermaid Queen has a natural charm spell, and we fell for it. Luckily, Ash was here, or we would have killed each other. Her first move failing, the Mermaid Queen immediately unleashes her second. Her eyes turn bloodshot, veins bulging on her face. The Mermaid Queen uses her terrifying howl skill, and the water churns violently. Jiang Tao, while defending, analyzes the Mermaid Queen's stats. Based on a 6-person team's fighting style, it would take at least an hour to defeat it. But at this point, I can no longer predict Ash's actions. The Mermaid Queen howls incessantly. The Mermaid Queen's strength attribute is too high. Even those skeletons can't easily defeat it. The situation makes her feel like she's watching a fight between a lion and a pack of wolves, an illusion of a wolf pack surrounding a lion. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. The Mermaid Queen charges forward, throwing the trident in her hand and hitting a skeleton, shattering a large chunk of its body. It slowly disappears. One skeleton has been defeated. Jiang Tao says to Duan Gao, Duan Gao, apply buffs to us. Be ready to fight at any time. He nods. Jiang Tao has her own calculations. When Ash's skeletons can't hold on any longer, we'll charge in. Ash just calmly says, no need. Curse of slowing. The Mermaid Queen is immediately bound by red chains. As the final boss, she can't be ordinary. She uses her surging tide skill, and in an instant, she has swept away Ash's skeletons. 12 skeletons were destroyed in that whirlpool. Jiang Tao, standing to the side, thinks worriedly. It seems the skeletons are about to fall. It's our turn. She says, Ash, recall the skeletons. We're going in. Ash is stubborn. He summons all 87 remaining skeletons. Come out and play, my soldiers. His team is stunned by the scene before them. Jiang Tao feels like her soul has left her body. No, I must be dreaming. I can't even count them. Miao Yu is shocked. So he had this many summons? He wasn't using his full power before. Duan Gao also speaks up, too terrifying. No wonder Eve always trusted him. Eve thinks to herself, as expected, he's gotten stronger again and faster than I imagined. The Mermaid Queen is covered in wounds from being surrounded by the skeletons. The final move has been unleashed. The Queen's whisper. Miao Yu is uneasy. No, my level is too low. I can't resist the boss's skill. Ash says it's fine. He thinks, my spirit is high enough. I won't be affected by the boss's spiritual skill. And my skeletons, they have no fear. They don't feel spiritual pain. The Mermaid Queen is finally defeated. Killed Mermaid Queen. Experience plus 80,000. Received silver grade weapon. Mermaid Queen's longsword. Received silver grade weapon. Mermaid Queen's scepter. Mermaid Queen's longsword. Silver grade. Strength plus 50. Vitality plus 50. Combat type skill power increased by 10%. Usable at level 20. Received Mermaid's Tear. Eve holds a Mermaid's Tear in her hand. The Mermaid's Tear, so the trial mission is complete. We're one step closer to the Genesis Academy. Jiang Tao is happy. Yes, if we complete the trial mission a few more times, we can enter the Genesis Academy. Duan Gao is also joyful. This time we were lucky to have Ash. Without him, we couldn't have completed the trial at all. Miao Yu agrees. Yes, that Lan Zhen is the worst. People like him will surely end up alone. Eve is still excited. A big fish's tear, a big fish's tear. Ash asks her, Eve, do you have a cooldown reset talisman? She nods. Yes. Ash, are you planning? Please like and subscribe to support our channel. Ash's entire team teleports out of the dungeon. The people outside are surprised. So fast. It's only been half an hour. The people from the Cherry Blossom Country whisper among themselves. Maybe they couldn't beat it, so they retreated. One of them sneers. It seems those skeletons are all for show, only good as meat shields. Some others try to comfort them. Brother, it's okay to fail a dungeon. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Yeah, hurry back. Longjun sits to one side, thinking, so they didn't die after all. I didn't want to lead the team into the dungeon, and now this is great. They retreated. Jiang Tao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao stand guard outside the dungeon. No one is entering the dungeon. Everyone, be careful. Eve says, Sister Tao, don't worry, we have Ash. Jiang Tao instructs her, Eve, just do as we planned. Eve holds the item in her hand, confident. No problem. The people outside exclaim, a cooldown reset talisman. Then, she and Ash re-enter the dungeon. The people around are once again astonished. They're going in again. A cooldown reset talisman. That girl has such a high-grade item. Her background must be extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they just enter the dungeon? Two people entering a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Aren't they just asking for death? Jiang Tao is a little worried. Now we can only rely on the two of them. Miao Yu encourages her. Sister Tao, we've all witnessed Ash's strength. It'll be fine. Jiang Tao remembers that mermaid queen. You're right. Even on nightmare difficulty, Ash alone is probably enough. Miao Yu smiles. Don't worry. Inside the dungeon, Eve says, you said you'd take me to level up last time. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. You're not allowed to take me just once and then stop. Ash replies, okay. The two of them walk and talk. The remaining uses of the cooldown reset talisman are just enough for the two of us to run the dungeon 3 times. We have to take this opportunity to get all the mermaid tears. Behind them, a mermaid soldier appears. Soon, a chaotic battle breaks out between the fish and Ash's skeletons. Eve reminds him, we don't have all night. We should clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. He replies, it's fine. They can't kill as fast as I can. In the battle before them, the victory leans towards the skeletons. The system continuously announces, killed level 21 elite mermaid soldier, experience plus 25,000, received 8 mermaid scales. Soon, a supersized sea serpent appears, roaring to the heavens. But Ash deals with it in a flash. The system announces, killed level 23 pet snake of the mermaid queen, experience plus 125,000. Received silver grade defense, snake scale armor. Ash thinks to himself, last time, it took over half an hour to get here. Now, in just 5 minutes, we're already at the mini-boss. Eve secretly glances at Ash, her heart full of admiration. He's even stronger than I imagined. He says, let's go to the Mermaid Queen's palace. Just like last time, Ash lets his skeletons go first to clear the path. They quickly defeat the team of mermaid soldiers. Ash says loudly, wipe out the palace guard soldiers. The boss is about to appear. Finally, the Mermaid Queen makes her appearance. Leader-level monster. Strength 5,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 5,000, Vitality 6,000. Skills, Terrifying Howl, Surging Tide, Queen's Whisper. Eve, hiding behind Ash, tells herself, this time I won't look at her, so I won't be charmed. She says fiercely, Ash, I'm going to kill it. He looks at her with an expression that's 3 parts helpless, 7 parts exasperated. Ash uses both the curse of slowing and corpse explosion on the Mermaid Queen. In a flash, she disappears. Killed Mermaid Queen. Experience plus 200,000. Received silver grade weapon. Queen's Dagger. Queen's Dagger, silver grade. Agility plus 50. vitality plus 50, assassin type skill power plus 10%, usable at level 20. Received silver grade weapon, Queen's Magic Book. Queen's Magic Book, silver grade, spirit plus 100, mage type skill power plus 10%, usable at level 20. Received Mermaid's Tear. Eve is standing there when she gets a level up notification. She happily exclaims, I leveled up. Quick, quick, let's go again. Get all 3 mermaid tears. Ash nods. Okay. They teleport out of the dungeon. Eve happily says, Sister Tao, we did it. Ash looks at her and thinks, when I first met her, she was level 19 and I was level 10. So much time has passed, and she's still level 19, just now reaching level 20. It seems this girl doesn't like to level up either. The onlookers are once again stunned. Why did they come out as soon as they went in? How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes, right? I bet they didn't even kill a single monster. Are they just wasting the cooldown reset talisman like that? Rich people really are reckless. Eve holds up the cooldown reset talisman and gives a provocative flick of her chin. Jiang Tao is a bit uneasy. 10 minutes, they came out so quickly. Miouyu speaks up, Sister Tao. It seems Ash's strength is many times greater than we thought. Once again in the dungeon, Eve is very excited. Let's see how much time it takes this time. Can we be faster than last time? Ash doesn't know what to say. She's treating this trial like a game. They go to fight monsters again. After finishing, Eve shouts, 8 minutes and 58 seconds. 30 seconds faster than last time. Ash says, that's enough. Let's go back. Eve seems quite confident. I can't wait to see the expressions on those people from the Cherry Blossom Country. The two of them just left the dungeon, and the people from the Cherry Blossom Country are already gossiping. Why are they out again? What a waste of resources. Have they used up all the charges on their cooldown reset talisman? It's funny. They probably ran away in fear before even seeing a monster, right? Jiang Tao hurriedly asks, how did it go, Eve? Did you get everything? She gives a signal. Sister Tao, don't worry. Look, the dungeon seems to be disappearing. How is that possible? How can a dungeon just disappear? They are extremely confused. It really disappeared. How is this possible? The dungeon only disappears after all 3 mermaid tears are collected. Didn't they just enter the dungeon 3 times? Could it be them? Ash says the trial is complete. Let's go. Jiang Tao holds a mermaid's tear in her hand. Okay, the people from the Cherry Blossom Country, who did no work but want all the rewards, want to rob them. We can't let them go. The mermaid's tear is on them. We must make them hand it over. The people of the Divine Empire are just as furious. Jiang Tao's team got all the mermaid tears. I don't quite believe it, but the dungeon really did disappear. If our Divine Empire team got it, we absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the Cherry Blossom Country. Ash remains as calm as still water, calmly facing them. The people from the Cherry Blossom Country continuously summon high-level divine beasts. Jiang Tao can't help but worry. Ash is ready to receive their moves. Soul Flame. He aims straight for the summoned beast of the other country. They roar in pain as they are engulfed in flames. The person from the Cherry Blossom Country grits his teeth. You're asking for death. He uses his ultimate final technique, summoning a Shikigami. The summon immediately charges out a monstrous figure. Ferociously, he orders, attack. This Shikigami of his is extremely powerful. Your attacks can only tickle my giant divine beast. Ash, of course, is unfazed. He has his skeletons use their furious blows. Strength 2,700. They all charge at once. In the blink of an eye, that divine beast also vanishes. The guy from the Cherry Blossom Country can't believe it. What? Ash is underwhelmed. So weak. The people of the Divine Empire are also shocked. He instantly killed the Shikigami of a Shikigami summoner. The guy spits blood. Damn it. The Shikigami was killed, so I have to suffer the backlash. The skeletons, victorious, charged directly forward. They aim straight for that summoner. Ash gives the order. Go! The guy's been killed. He is horrified to the point of his face turning green, but he is still lucid enough to command the remaining divine beasts. Quick! Get up! You! The crowd whispers amongst themselves. His skeletons can be that powerful? That's the Shikigami of a legendary rank Shikigami summoner. How could it be killed so easily? What level is he? What is his class? And what are these skeletons? The guy glares at Ash with eyes full of resentment, muttering, Level 17 Necromancer. He must have awakened a talent. For the Divine Empire to have such a powerful new class, this information must be sent back. Behind him, Ash and his summons look even cooler than an American action movie poster. The atmosphere never stopped being tense. One of the Cherry Blossom Country members turns and runs first. I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die. Seeing this, the others also run for their lives. I don't want to die either. The Shikigami summoner was defeated. How can we possibly win? Run, run. The people of the Divine Empire laugh as if it's a festival. Look at that guy. He almost peed his pants. What a waste. Scared off by a few skeletons. Those are the skeletons that survived a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Charging at them is like putting fat in a cat's mouth. But they quickly shift their attention to Ash. By the way, where is that great god from? He's a man of few words, truly our ideal role model. That's right, the scene of him instantly killing the Shikigami was truly amazing. Lan Zhen grits his teeth in jealousy. If I hadn't left the team, would I be among those who completed the trial this time? He refuses to accept the reality. No, it's not my fault. Ash, just you wait, we're not done yet. Jiang Tao holds the mermaid's tear in her hand and happily says, Trial complete, turning in the mission. The system announces, trial ended, beginning teleportation. Back home, Jiang Tao says, Thank you, Ash. This trial was very important to me. Eve stretches out on the table. Finally done. I'm exhausted. She pats his head. Sister Tao, you don't need to be so formal with him. Although he doesn't talk much, he's actually improved a lot. Jiang Tao stifles a laugh. You're always speaking for him. Ash's communicator buzzes. It's a message from Bai Yuan. Ash, come to the administration office. At the administration office, Bai Yuan says, I've seen the footage from this trial. You performed very well. Ash simply replies, I was just doing what I had to do. He is pleased. Humble in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Not bad. He continues, Do you know the use of the mermaid's tear? Ash says no. He thinks to himself, Could the mermaid's tear be very important? Bai Yuan explains, The mermaid's tear is related to the success rate of awakening a second talent at level 40. Items that can help awaken talents are very rare. Even though the rank of the mermaid's tear is relatively low, it is still very important. I didn't expect the Cherry Blossom Country to calculate the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance this time, almost causing the trial to fail. He adds, This time, we were lucky to have you there, helping the Divine Empire get the mermaid's tear. What reward do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you. Ash thinks for a moment. Last time, I couldn't find my sister's information in the administration office. Why not take this opportunity to ask Lord Bai? He asks, Can you help me find someone? Bai Yuan replies, I know who you're talking about. Your sister, Hannah Lin, joined the Genesis Academy at the beginning of the year. So if you look, you'll only find a blank file. All students of the Genesis Academy will have a blank file. Ash is surprised. Genesis Academy? Jiang Tao's ultimate goal is the Genesis Academy. Eve and Stella also always said they would join the Genesis Academy if they had the chance. He thinks of his sister, and his heart stirs. I didn't expect my sister to have already gotten in, but she only enrolled last year. How could she have joined the Genesis Academy after only half a year? Bai Yuan speaks up, Because your sister has joined the Genesis Academy, according to the rules, I cannot disclose any more information to you. Before you join the Genesis Academy, you are not allowed to meet your sister. If you have any questions, you can join the academy yourself, and ask your sister. He operates something on a smartwatch. The conditions for joining the Genesis Academy have been sent to you. Bai Yuan honestly says, I should have told you about your sister from the beginning. This doesn't count as your reward. You still have one more reward. Ash says without hesitation, then I want a cool-down reset talisman. This item can't be bought on the market, so it must be very rare, but it's really useful. Right now, I really need one. Bai Yuan laughs heartily. After seeing your footage from the trial, I guess you would want this. Although the cooldown reset talisman is only a low-grade item, it's not easy to buy. Just this trial alone is not enough. I have another mission. If you can complete it, I'll get one for you. Ash immediately agrees. Okay, with a cooldown reset talisman, I can level up and join the Genesis Academy faster. Bai Yuan takes out a jade-colored stone and says, but you have to wait until level 20 to accept this mission. If you're in a hurry, you can go to the palace dungeon in the academy to level up first. He places it in Ash's hand. This is a teleportation stone to the palace dungeon, but not everyone is qualified to have one. He takes it and, without hesitation, teleports. Bai Yuan is a bit surprised. You want to go level up right away? This kid is quite something. He just got out of the trial and doesn't even rest a bit. Arriving at the dungeon, Ash looks around in amazement. This is the palace dungeon of Sky Capital Academy. All around, voices are calling out. Bone Dungeon, normal difficulty, need a mage around level 25, preferably skilled in fire magic. Bloody battle with the Beastman Legion Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, need a healer level 22 to 25, must be a skilled healer with a full set of bronze gear. Dark Knight Tower, nightmare difficulty, need a knight level 30 or above, full set of silver gear required. Ash looks down at his watch. Requirement to join the Genesis Academy. Level must be over 30. He wonders to himself. He thinks, level 30? That means after my sister came to Sky Capital, she leveled up to 30 in just 3 to 4 months. Next requirement. 2. Pass the level 30 dungeon, Abyssal Frontline. Hell difficulty required. 3. Contribution points must reach 1,000. Ash ponders. Hell difficulty is definitely much harder than Nightmare. I don't know if I can solo it. And how do I get these contribution points? Suddenly, a girl approaches and strikes up a conversation with him. Classmate. She stammers, hello, classmate. Is this your first time at the palace dungeon? She introduces herself. My name is Shu Han. I can introduce you to the palace dungeon. Ash knows this trick all too well. It seems this classmate is using this method to earn points. He asks directly, how much? Shu Han is also honest. 100 points is enough. Ash doesn't say much and transfers 100 points. Shu Han is happy. Thank you, classmate. She begins her introduction. In the palace dungeon, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons from level 20 to 30, and 20 dungeons from level 30 to 40. Shu Han continues. There are 52 dungeons from level 40 to 70. In addition, there are 2 large-scale dungeons for 40 or more people and 1 giant dungeon for over 100 people, for a total of 95 dungeons. She leads Ash to the center of the palace. Each dungeon has a corresponding clear record. Creating a new record will earn you a reward. The 2 look up at the orbs. This is the mission center of the palace dungeon and the recruitment center for teams. You can complete missions to earn points here, or you can recruit a team or join one. Shu Han whispers, is there anything else you don't understand, classmate? Ash immediately asks, how do I get contribution points? Shu Han replies, contribution points? You can get them by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing Academy-assigned missions. Ash mentally calculates, to join the Genesis Academy, I need 1,000 contribution points. I can get contribution points by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing Academy-assigned missions. Shu Han adds, getting contribution points is very difficult. Every time a mission is released, someone completes it shortly after. But if you want to join an academy, contribution points are essential. Just then, a notification sounds on Ash's smartwatch. It's a message from Duan Gao, a classmate. Ash, did your contribution points arrive too? How many did you get? I got 20. That's a huge haul. Sister Tao got 30. She's over the moon. The people around hear this and are dumbfounded. They start to whisper, did I hear wrong? 50 points? Are you kidding me? How can you get so many contribution points at once? That's a lie. His level isn't even that high. Ash initially doesn't pay attention to those words. Thank you for the explanation. Shuhan waves her hand. It's nothing, you already paid. By the way, are you looking for a team to run a dungeon now? Without hesitation, he places his hand on the purple orb and chooses a dungeon. The information appears. Mutated Forest, a level 17 dungeon. Entry requirement, level 15 to 19. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Resetting the cooldown requires 40 points. Dungeon record, 1 hour 58 minutes. 2 hours 17 minutes. Ash looks at the information and thinks, no one has broken the record in 3 years? Then let me break the record and get the reward. He says, choose Nightmare difficulty. The people around are either surprised or disdainful. Mutated Forest. Damn, I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a brat, not even level 20. But I think the 50 contribution points he got are not ordinary. At the Mutated Forest dungeon, level 17.32.5%, Ash stands still. I wonder how many levels I can gain after clearing this dungeon. Experience points are continuously being added. Killed Mutated Brown Bear, LV 17. Experience plus 6,000. Obtained Beastman Hide X5. Killed Mutated Brown Bear, LV 18. Experience plus 7,000. Obtained Beastman Hide X4. Ash observes his surroundings. The task of dealing with small monsters can be left to the skeletons. I can go directly to find the dungeon boss to shorten the time. He and his skeleton army stand before a calm lake. Found you. The boss quickly appears. Mutated Crocodile Turtle, leader level monster, level 19, strength 4,000, agility 500, spirit 500, vitality 7,000, skills, tear, sweep, super defense. Ash calculates. This boss's vitality is really high, even higher than the level 24 Mermaid Queen. It charges, and his skeletons move forward in response. The big boss immediately uses its super defense skill. Ash can't help but exclaim. Even the skeleton's furious blows can't deal much damage. The turtle shell is very hard. I guess I understand why no one has broken the record for 3 years. But he doesn't have much time. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I can only use a skill that counters defense against you. The boss roars loudly. Ash orders, flip it over. He says go. All the skeletons charge up and use their furious blows. Finally, the big boss falls. Received bronze grade weapon. Crocodile Turtle Gauntlets. Crocodile Turtle Gauntlets, bronze grade, strength plus 20, vitality plus 20, defense type skill power plus 6%, usable after level 12. Received bronze grade defense tool. Crocodile Turtle Heavy Armor. Crocodile Turtle Heavy Armor, bronze grade, vitality plus 30, defense type skill power plus 6%, usable after level 12. Received low-grade Monster Crystal. Ash stands there receiving the items. My experience value has increased by about 35%. One more run of this dungeon, and I can reach level 18. I wonder what the reward for the new record is. The bell in the hall outside rings. The palace bell is ringing. Someone has set a new dungeon record. Which elite team was it? I didn't see any big shots go in. The announcement board displays. New record. Mutated Forest, clearer. One person, Ash, level 17 Necromancer, clear time, 35 minutes, current record rank. 1. Everyone is in an uproar. This person soloed the dungeon. Although it's just a low-level dungeon, It's not something one person can clear. He's almost twice as fast as the old record. Ash steps out. The watch on his hand displays a notification. Broke the mutated forest dungeon record. Received 1,000 points. 5 contribution points can only be received once. He muses, so setting a new record gives contribution points. Looks like I have to clear another dungeon. Everyone is stunned. You want to clear another one? I'm already level 30. Would it be shameful to ask him to carry me for leveling now? Could it be that the 50 contribution points he got earlier were real? Spider's Lair, a level 20 dungeon, requires level 18 to 21 to enter. Ash calculates. I need to be level 18 to enter? Does that mean I have to run the mutated forest dungeon one more time? He goes outside again, and people greet him with more enthusiasm than they would a K-pop idol. Why is the big boss back again? I knew it. The Spider's Lair requires level 18 to enter, and the big boss is only level 17. A level 17 soloing and setting a new record. If he's not a big boss, then who is? Half an hour later, Ash walks out with his hands in his pockets. Finally, level 18. The big boss is out again. He's level 18 now. Oh my god. Does this mean after level 18, the big boss will challenge the Spider's Lair record? Did anyone time it? Why do I feel like this time was faster than the last? They become even more clamorous when the system announces another record has been set. New record, mutated forest. Clearer, 1 person. Ash, level 18 necromancer. Clear time, 24 minutes, 32 seconds. Current record rank, 1. He really set a new record. What? The previous speed wasn't his fastest. They all turned their attention to him. Where did this great god come from? The previous record was set by a nearly perfect team and has been held for 3 years. I didn't expect it to be broken twice in a row by a newcomer. Will the record for the Spider's Lair be broken by him too? Ash observes the information. Spider's Lair, level 20 dungeon. Spider's Lair dungeon record. 1 hour, 12 minutes. He smirks. The record for the Spider's Lair dungeon was also set by them. No one has been able to break it for 3 years. Ash smiles lightly. Sorry, I also really need contribution points. Choose Nightmare difficulty. Ash stands in the darkness. So this is the Spider's Lair. So dark. He summons a flame in his hand. At the very least, I have to finish killing the monsters quickly and neatly. Skeletons are summoned. This Spider's Lair is like a maze. I should have the skeletons scout the path first. Killed Red Spider LV. 20. Experience plus 9,000. Receive Spider Silk plus 5. Killed Red Spider LV. 19. Experience plus 8,000. Receive Spider Silk plus 4. Ash frowns. Moreover, almost all the skeletons have encounter battles. If I continue like this, the speed will decrease a lot. He looks up. Small Spider, level 18, Strength 200, Agility 200, Spirit 100, Vitality 200. Are these small spiders also dungeon monsters? These passages are full of them. Ash deploys Soul Flame. Let's try using a skill. They quickly become his experience points. Killed Small Spider LV. 18, Experience plus 500. In this wave, at least 100 small spiders were eliminated. The gifted experience is equivalent to 20 high-level enhanced elite monsters. This is a holy land for farming experience. At this moment, Ash discovers that a skeleton has been surrounded by small spiders. Vitality 185 out of 2,900. Several small spiders are continuously biting the skeleton. He orders it to return to the summoned space. Clearly, I've always used this tactic to kill bosses. Summon failed. Ash is a bit surprised. It failed because there are too many small spiders on it. But this big boss, Ash has more than just that one trick. Use Corpse Explosion to deal with those spiders for me. Immediately, the experience points skyrocket. Killed Small Spider LV. 18, experience plus 500. He takes the opportunity to advance. Since this is a good place to farm experience, I can't let it go to waste. There are a total of 108 caves. If I group the skeletons into teams of 10, I won't have to worry about being bothered by the small spiders. Well then, see you in the next video. So, just 10 minutes later, Ash has met the big boss, the Spider King. Finally found you. Leader level monster, level 21, strength 5,000, agility 3,500, spirit 500, vitality 4,000, skills, web, acid spit, sweep. Ash says, "You like to bully the weak with numbers. This time it's my turn, right?" Outside the hall, Shu Han is anxious. Can he really pass the spider's lair? A few others chime in. The spider's lair is known as an experience paradise, a resource haven, but it's not easy to solo. It's been an hour already. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. It seems he won't be setting a new record. Back in the dungeon, Ash is sitting on the corpse of the Spider King. 1 clear, and my experience increased by 80%. The small spiders delayed me for so long. It took a total of 1 hour and 32 minutes. Didn't break the record. Looks like I have to run it again. I need to get both the regular points and the contribution points. Killed Spider King. Experience plus 190,000. Received silver grade weapon. Spider King's dagger. Shu Han is still anxiously looking at the clock. It's been an hour and a half, and he still hasn't come out. Could he be? When Ash just came out, she was surprised. "Classmate, you're finally out. Did you clear the dungeon?" Han comforts him. "It's okay if you couldn't clear it. There are a lot of monsters in the spider's lair. It's almost impossible for one person to clear it." Ash nods. "Thanks, I cleared it." She is startled. Cleared it? You really cleared it? By yourself?" His dungeon clearing speed is even faster than the 5-person team that set the record. Truly terrifying. Shu Han looks at him. Moreover, judging by his proficient appearance, it seems that wasn't even his limit. Ash asks, "By the way, do you know which dungeon gives the most experience?" Although the experience in the spider's lair is almost 3 times that of the mutated forest, the clear time is a bit long. Shu Han says, "Among the dungeons below level 25, the spider's lair is the one with the most experience." Ash thinks, there's indeed a lot of experience in the spider's lair. The time it takes to clear the spider's lair once, I could clear the mutated forest 4 times. But clearing it like this will also take a lot of time to reset the cooldown. He asks, is there a dungeon that can be cleared faster and gives more experience? Shu Han thinks, faster and more experience. There is. She hurriedly says, there is, actually. You could try teaming up with others to go to the large-scale dungeon, Tyrant's Desert. Shu Han continues, although the Tyrant's Desert is a level 25 dungeon, level 20s can also enter because you can form a team of 40 people. There are many higher-level people who earn points by carrying new players through this dungeon. Ash considers it for a moment. A large-scale dungeon. Huh? I wonder if I can solo it. I need to be level 20 to enter, and Lord Bai's mission also requires me to be level 20. He turns his back and enters the dungeon. Thanks. It seems I need to break the record as soon as possible and reach level 20. Shu Han calls after him. Classmate, you still want to run the Spider's Lair dungeon? Inside the dungeon, Ash looks at the scene before him. Your experience points? I'll take them all. In another room, Bai Yuan is projecting Ash's battle onto a large screen. See that? Are you scared stiff? Even though I've had contact with him, I was still quite shocked after watching his battle. Meng Anwen observes, one person can solo the mermaid dungeon and get all 3 mermaid tiers. The look on those Y Country people's faces makes me very satisfied. The vice principal of Qianlong Academy, Hong Shan, also speaks up. The brats from Qianlong Academy can't even compare to a new student who just finished the university entrance exam and hasn't even taken any university courses. Meng Anwen says, Old Bai, you've had contact with him. His talent. Bai Yuan replies, it's a leveling up talent, but how many times it multiplies is his secret and privacy. Meng Anwen continues, judging by this trial, this child is not bad. Bai Yuan agrees. I feel this child has a promising future. His sister has also joined the Genesis Academy. He adds, his sister is still very much liked by that old man, who is helping to cultivate her with all his strength. The people that old man trains are all the elites of humanity. How high his standards are, you and I both know. I think he is very likely to be targeted. Meng Anwen is satisfied. It seems our human race will soon have 2 new stars. Hongshan also thinks so. In my opinion, that kid will probably become an existence that can fight 1,000, 1 against 10,000. At this time, Ash is fighting monsters in the dungeon. Although all the spiders have less experience, it's all enough to increase my experience by 70%. The clear time has been sped up a lot. This time, I will definitely break the record. In the hall outside, the bell rings once again. The bell is ringing again. Who broke the record? It must be classmate Ash. I just saw him go into the dungeon again. He must be a talented professional. Lan Jun, from a distance, says, talented professional? What nonsense. He's just lucky. Everyone frowns. Classmate, why do you say that? He publicly slanders Ash. He's just an ordinary university student who just finished his exams. Thanks to his relationship with Lord Bai, who knows what kind of powerful treasure he got. Otherwise, how could he possibly solo a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Shu Han argues back. So what if he's an ordinary student? Can't an ordinary student set a record? Another person speaks up. I know you. You're from Qianlong Academy. Is Qianlong Academy so noble? Besides, you're slandering him like that. Do you have any proof? Just as Ash steps out, everyone is in an uproar. New record, Spider's Lair, clearer, 1 person. Ash, level 19 Necromancer, clear time, 47 minutes, current record rank. 1. Set a new record for the Spider's Lair dungeon. Received 100 reward points, 5 contribution points, can only be received once. Look, classmate Ash is out. Great God, someone is slandering you. As expected of a record breaker, 47 minutes, almost half an hour faster than the previous record. Ash sees Lan Jun and is extremely annoyed. Why is it you again? Lan Jun is angry. Ash, what are you pretending for? Isn't it just because Lord Bai is protecting you? If you weren't the national champion, I wouldn't even look at you. Ash muses, I've had enough of you. It's not convenient to act in the academy. Lan Jun is scared. You think I'm afraid of you? What are you? But in his heart, he's not so strong. His eyes, he's killed before. Why do I feel so scared? Ash doesn't pay much attention. A clown jumping around is a waste of my time. Today, I must reach level 20. Once again, Ash returns to the Spider's Lair dungeon. After clearing this time, I can level up. After fighting the boss, he has enough points to level up. Finally, level 20. Before accepting Lord Bai's mission, I have to see the changes after leveling up. Identity, Ash, Unique Necromancer, level 20, Strength 300, Agility 300, Spirit 1300 plus 20, Vitality 300 plus 20, Equipment. Goblin King's Magic Book, Robe of Knowledge, Summon Space 120/200, Skeleton Soldiers 120, Unique Talent. Absolute Growth LV. 2. Passive Skill. Damage Transfer, Active Skills. Soul Flame LV. 20. Summon Skeleton Soldier LV. 20. Corpse Explosion LV. 2. Curse of Slowing LV. 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier can summon a silver rank Skeleton Soldier. He thinks the summoning skill has been upgraded. Let's try summoning a silver rank skeleton. His spirit points are then deducted by 500. It costs 500 spirit points once. Silver rank skeleton, strength 4,000, agility 4,000, spirit 4,000, vitality 4,000, skill, furious blow LV 2. Furious blow LV 2 deals 300% of own strength as damage to the target, cooldown 10 minutes. Ash looks at it. The stats have been comprehensively enhanced. One is almost comparable to a dungeon boss. And the skills have been upgraded too. He calculates a bit. Summoning a skeleton costs too much. My equipment is also outdated. It's time to replace it with new equipment. I also have to sell some silver-grade equipment that dropped in the dungeon and buy some more skill scrolls. Ash leaves the dungeon, and the people around come to see. The auction house. I remember it's over here. The great god has appeared again. Didn't you all notice? He broke his own dungeon record again. He leveled up again. Never before has anyone gone from level 17 to 20 in one day. This time, it seems he came out in less than half an hour. Oh my god, his previous record wasn't even his limit. At the auction house, Ash places a few items on the table. Help me sell these for money, and then use it all to buy low-grade skill scrolls. The employee is a bit surprised. He's clearly only level 20. How did he get so much equipment? What do you think? He takes the items. All right, classmate. By the way, are you selling all this equipment? Aren't you going to use it yourself? At level 20, you can still use silver-grade equipment. Ash doesn't answer. He thinks, I do need new equipment. Ordinary silver-grade equipment doesn't do much for me. He takes out a piece of equipment. Although these pieces of equipment generally have skill-enhancing effects, they're basically not as good as my talent, just like Duan Gao's blessing. The employee is a bit confused. You don't like the ones bought with money? No problem. We also have a shopping center that uses points here. All the good stuff is here. Ash nods. Please bring them for me to see. The employee leads him to the display area. I'll go sell these for you. You can take a look yourself. Thanks. In front of him is a sword made of gold. Silver-grade Spirit Longsword. Spirit plus 400. Usable at level 20 or above. Creator, Zheng Tai. One of the 3-piece spirit set. Selling price, 5,000 points. Ash examines it. The whole set is also of the spirit type. He looks at it. The equipment here is indeed better, and there's even a set. The pricing is also very high. A set costs more than 5,000 points. An ordinary new student absolutely can't afford it. Next are 2 items. A silver-grade spirit robe, spirit plus 200, usable at level 20 or above, creator Zheng Tai, one of the 3-piece spirit set. A silver-grade spirit ring, spirit plus 200, usable at level 20 or above, creator Zheng Tai, one of the 3-piece spirit set. Ash thinks the effect of the entire set of equipment can increase spirit by 800 points. This set of equipment is not bad. He turns his head, but even if it's good, its effect on me is only SOSO. Suddenly, Ash is attracted by the sound of an argument in the distance. This piece of junk weapon, you dare to price it at 50,000 points? It doesn't even have any stats. Where did this junk come from? It's definitely not scrap metal, is it? 50,000 points? Who will buy this kind of thing? He walks over to it. 50,000 points. With this price, probably not many people in the entire academy can afford it. Scythe of Thanatos, a growth-type weapon, usable from level 1. Level 1, 1 piece of the Necromancer set. Harvester, when the Scythe of Thanatos absorbs souls from the abyss, it gains experience value to grow. Necromancer's words, consumes spiritual power, can summon the departed Spirit General. Spirit General's command. The Spirit General will encourage and use its own necromantic summons to form an army. Not unlocked, can be unlocked by leveling up new skills. Ash is curious. 1 piece of a Necromancer's set. He stares intently at the object mounted on the wall. Summon a Spirit General. My skeletons really need a leader. And it's a set piece. Ash picks it up, although it has no stats now. And in the eyes of others, it's just trash, but it can absorb the souls of abyssal demons to grow. That weapon has truly found its rightful owner. This is exactly what I want. The employee continues to be confused. Are you sure you want to choose it? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you misread? Ash presents his card. I didn't misread. Swipe the card. The employee is completely shocked. 130,000 points. So this young man can actually afford it. He watches Ash leave with the weapon. That scythe has been at the auction house for longer than I have. I never thought someone would actually choose it. Back home, Ash places the skill scrolls on the table. For now, there's no chance to find abyssal demons, so I'll use the scrolls to awaken skills first. I've prepared so many scrolls this time, I can definitely awaken some new skills. A moment later, this time it worked. The system announces, obtain the Zap Code skill. Zap Code LV1 summons 2 codes to form a Zap Armor, defense plus 100 vitality points. At the same time, resistance to elemental attacks for self and summons increases by 10%, lasts 5 minutes. This skill can be used on others. Ash is satisfied. A defensive skill, not bad. I finally got a skill that can compensate for my only weakness. Under the enhancement of my talent, the defense can add 1,000 vitality points and the ability to reduce elemental damage by half. Ash continues to upgrade his skills through the scrolls. Many new skills are collected, and Ash conveniently tries them out for a bit. These scrolls do not disappoint him. Ash orders a summon, come out. A skeleton appears. Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 300, Vitality 100, Skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power is determined by spirit power. Ash considers, just like me, only the spirit is suddenly high. However, the skill's power depends on spirit. This way, the skeletons will have a means of long-range attack. Next, as long as I continue to practice my skills and raise my level, the skeleton mages will become increasingly powerful. Early the next morning, Ash has woken up, his spiritual power restored. It's time to meet Lord Bai and ask about the mission. In the office, Bai Yuan leans against the desk. "Kit, what's up?" Ash says, "Lord Bai, I've reached level 20. What is the mission?" Bai Yuan couldn't process this information for a moment. Already level 20? Hasn't it only been a day? This speed is even faster than I was back then. Bai Yuan let out a wry smile. Are these two siblings both monsters? He said, the mission is very simple. Go get me something. Bai Yuan briefly explains the mission. You've been to the palace dungeon before, right? Then you must know there's a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant's Desert. Your mission is to go to the Tyrant's Desert dungeon and retrieve the Tyrant's heart. He continues, the difficulty of a large-scale dungeon is for no less than 40 people. I don't need to tell you that you understand. Within 3 days, as long as you bring back the Tyrant's heart within 3 days, I'll help you get a low-grade cooldown reset talisman. In addition, Bai Yuan deliberately provides some more information. The effect of a cooldown reset talisman is not something the palace dungeon can compare to. The cooldown time of some of the highest level dungeons can even be up to a month. When you encounter some new dungeons, that's when the cooldown reset talisman really comes into play. Not only that, high-grade cooldown reset talismans can be upgraded from low-grade cooldown reset talismans. He says, if you complete the mission, I'll tell you how to upgrade. Ash nods. So the talisman can be upgraded. He says firmly, all right, I'll bring back the Tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan pats his shoulder. The reason I'm giving you 3 days is because the school will hold an opening ceremony in 3 days. I hope you won't be late. During the opening ceremony, you'll be able to find. As Ash leaves, Manhwa pushes the door open and enters. He is very pleased with the boy. Bai Yuan nods. The more I look at him, the more I like him. His cold personality is very much to my taste. Manhwa is a little worried. With his personality, you will definitely go to the Tyrant's Desert dungeon alone. I remember you went in at level 30 and came out in a miserable state. Bai Yuan is stunned. Seriously? But he is very confident in this student. But Ash is much stronger than I was back then. Everyone is excited. Look, it's the great god who set a new record yesterday. Damn, he's looking at the Tyrant's Desert. That's a large-scale dungeon. Could it be that he's going to break the record for the large-scale dungeon, too? Ash calmly looks at the orb, thinking to himself, Phylong Academy, it seems to be an academy on the same level as Qianlong Academy. The system board shows 40 people from Phylon Academy. 16 hours, 45 minutes, 18 seconds. 40 people also cleared the dungeon in 16 hours. Shuhan walks up to him. Ash, Jr. He politely replies, "Hello." She is puzzled. "You're looking at the Tyrant's Desert?" She thinks to herself, after running the dungeon so many times yesterday, you don't even need to rest today? He's so hard-working. He glances over. I have to go get an item called the Tyrant's Heart. She is shocked. The Tyrant's Heart? Isn't that an item that drops when the final boss appears? She explains, the Tyrant's Heart can be used to craft a powerful accessory, the Tyrant's Necklace. This item only drops once a year, and the last time the Tyrant's Heart appeared was 2 years ago. She continues to try to dissuade him. So, Junior Ash, you're not going to challenge the Tyrant's Desert, are you? You just reached level 20, and where are your team members? No one asked her to worry, but she's still worried. Junior Ash, are you planning to solo the dungeon? The record set by Phylon Academy hasn't been broken in 2 years. She keeps chattering. Suddenly, someone appears from behind her. One person says loudly, "It's them. They are from Bailey Academy." To set a new record in the Tyrant's Desert, they have been preparing for a long time. They even prepared a lot of gold-grade equipment. Another person resolutely says, "Our Bailey Academy will definitely set a new record this time. Everyone get ready. Don't make any mistakes." The man from Bailey Academy frowns. They're also clearing the Tyrant's Desert dungeon. Looks like we have to act faster this time. Regardless of what anyone says, he takes a step forward. Someone exclaims in surprise, "Damn, the great god really went in, all by himself." Has anyone ever soloed a large-scale dungeon before? If he succeeds this time, he will definitely make history. And that person really talks a lot. The guy from Bailey Academy looks at him. How dare you enter the Tyrant's Desert alone? What kind of newbie is he? Didn't anyone tell him it's a large-scale dungeon? Actually, they did, but he's strong, so he has his own way. The person who just announced, "Don't pay attention to that kid who's looking for death." All team members prepare to teleport, and the mat has arrived at the desert dungeon. He looks up. The sun is directly overhead, making it impossible to judge the direction. Since it's a large-scale dungeon, and the record is 16 hours, the rules in this dungeon are probably more numerous. A few people have already started to charge forward. It seems I can only explore the map here myself. He begins to analyze the direction. Entering a large-scale dungeon once requires 500 points. A new clear requires 2,000 points. It seems that with the 80,000 points I have left, I can't stay here for long. Suddenly, he sees a monster on the map. I see a monster. It's a demon, not a monster. A moving skeleton appears right behind him, and a brief introduction follows. It's a level 25 desert demon tree. Our hero remains calm, as expected of a large-scale dungeon. Just a normal small monster's stats can rival a level 24 boss from the Mermaid dungeon. If my skeleton warrior hadn't been upgraded to silver, dealing with it would have taken some time. He stands watching the demon fly around erratically, still leisurely admiring the ugly demon, even though it was about to attack him. The experience is also at the boss level. If all the monsters in this dungeon are like this in terms of experience, then this place will become an experience paradise. And then he also makes a move, skeleton armor. He thinks, if dangers are hidden in the desert, I should still protect myself better. He and his army of skeletons advance straight into the desert. Before long, 2 hours had passed. They stopped at a lush green oasis with shady palm trees, an ideal place to rest. He immediately analyzed the situation. An oasis in the desert. I'm afraid most of the monsters will gather here. His prediction was completely accurate. 2 giant scorpions immediately appeared on the oasis. He thought to himself, as expected, good thing I didn't get close to it. The skeleton warrior immediately charges forward, delivering a furious blow that cuts the scorpion in half with a single strike. Surprisingly, an item drops. He can't help but wonder, is that a fruit? Do dungeons also produce consumable items? His hand flashes, and he orders a skeleton, "Go, bring that fruit to me." He quickly formulates a plan. Have some of the skeletons hold off the scorpions, while the rest help him collect these strange fruits. He leisurely takes the fruit from the skeleton's hand, his mind full of questions. Are all the scorpions gathered here for this fruit? What is the use of this fruit? Without making him wait long, the system provides the answer. Desert Oasis fruit has a mechanism to restore spiritual power. After being picked, it must be used within 5 minutes. It cannot be kept for too long. This fruit has the shape of a coconut, but has a unique green and yellow color. He can't help but be surprised. This fruit can restore spiritual power. He takes a bite and feels it clearly. His spiritual power is gradually recovering. He is very interested. Remember to subscribe to the channel for more new videos. It turns out, as long as there are enough fruits here, his spiritual power will not suffer any damage. A radiant smile appears on his lips, and he exclaims in his mind, "Then this place is a holy land for practicing and leveling up skills." He immediately gives the order. "Appear, skeleton mages." Streaks of light flashed, and the skeleton mages appeared one by one. He calculated carefully, "I must quickly level up the summon skeleton mage skill." His skeleton mages were still diligently dealing with the big scorpions outside. Meanwhile, he realized his spiritual power also had an infinite supply. He smiled, seeing a golden opportunity. "So I can continuously summon skeleton mages. As long as the skill reaches level 20, the skeleton mages can also turn into silver rank." So he continuously ate that miraculous desert oasis fruit without stopping. And after 3 hours of diligent work, the summoned skeleton mage skill had reached level 20. He was silently happy in his heart. Finally succeeded. He was so happy. He summons the upgraded skeleton mage. Before, they were handsome, but after leveling up, they look a bit older. The system also provides detailed introductions to the fire, lightning, and wind-type skeleton mages, along with their unique skill sets. He proudly looks at the scorpions, his voice full of provocation. "You seem to have a lot of fun killing my skeleton mages just now. Now it's my turn, right?" And so, the battle between the 4 types of skeleton mages begins here. After being summoned, the mages combine their powers, sweeping through all the desert scorpions in a flash. One blow after another, they couldn't resist. He exclaimed in excitement, "This is what a large-scale dungeon should be like." Continuing to press his advantage, he again used the power of the desert fruit to summon more skeleton mages. He thought confidently, "A team, I have one too." He created a formidable army with 130 skeletons and 70 skeleton mages. He thought to himself, "It seems that as long as we are of the same level, I can still overcome large-scale dungeons by myself." A terrifying surge of power was unleashed by him, slamming straight down onto the ground. He unleashes the corpse explosion skill. With that power, a terrifying earthquake was created as if to incinerate everything in this desert. And thanks to that attack, he has eliminated all the desert scorpions. The notification board continuously lights up. Killed level 25 giant oasis scorpion. Experience plus 300,000. Received sharp golden tail. A series of notifications follow, and he collects for himself a countless number of sky-high experience points. At this moment, the desert is devoid of monsters. He is a little surprised. No more monsters? I still have other skills that haven't been upgraded. He thinks, if only there were always this many monsters, that would be great. He tells himself, since the skeleton mages have been upgraded to silver rank, I should find the dungeon boss as soon as possible. The longer this drags on, the lower the chance of getting the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, he senses something approaching from behind. He quickly unleashes a defensive move, beast-hide, bone armor. It's a large swarm of desert soldier ants. He leaps into the air and lands on the back of a soldier ant. He observes them and wonders, where are they going? He sees the soldier ants all moving in one direction. Then, he decides to follow them to a dark cave. He silently guesses, is this the ant's nest? While he is still wondering, a giant flying ant suddenly appears. The system announces, Desert Flying Ant, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 27, Strength 6000, Agility 3000, Spirit 3000, Vitality 7000. He is startled to realize, flying ants. Flying ants are considered the queen ant's personal guards. It seems the boss here is the queen ant. He uses a move to create a shield, protecting himself from the flying ant's attack. He says softly, you still want to bully my bone armor that hasn't been upgraded yet. So he summons the wind-type skeleton mages to face the flying ants. The skeleton mage immediately unleashes a tornado storm, a blow like a whirlwind that can sweep away everything. The desert ants and flying ants see this and flee in disarray. And of course, the victory belongs to him. The notification appears again. Killed level 27 desert flying ant. Experience plus 360,000. Received flying ant wing X5. The notifications keep popping up, and he gained a lot more experience from the flying ants, and then gives the order. Come out, my warriors. He calls out in a loud voice. All my warriors, hear my command. Find a queen ant's nest. This place only needs me and my skeleton mages. While the skeleton mages are attacking the flying ants, a series of kill notifications appear again. Killed desert flying ant LV. 26 experience plus 360,000. Received flying ant wing X4. At the same time, he is tracking on the map and has found the queen ant's location. He is overjoyed. Finally found it. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste any more time. Let's face the boss of this place directly. The ant leader has appeared, large and fearsome. Desert Queen Ant, leader level monster, level 28, strength 9,000, agility 3,000, spirit 8,000, vitality 8,000, skills, summon ant army, sonic attack, storm impact, roll up. He thinks to himself, so that's the queen ant. Looking at the system panel, it seems quite strong. The system panel again displays information about another enemy. Queen Ant's Guard, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 27, Strength 5,000, Agility 4,000, Spirit 3,000, Vitality 7,000, Skill, Hardened Carapace. Subscribe to La La School to not miss any exciting videos. He grumbles, I thought there might be a bit of a challenge. Nothing interesting at all. Then he orders his army, go play with them, my warriors. The storm impact is unleashed. He comments, a non-discriminatory skill is truly powerful. Luckily, I awakened the bone armor skill. He maintains a calm expression and gives a decisive order. Mages hold back the queen's guards. Warriors attack. A fierce battle breaks out between his warriors and the queen ant with her guards. The hardened carapace skill is unleashed, but it cannot stop his army. He continues to gather a large amount of experience. Killed Queen Ant's Guard LV. 27. Experience plus 390,000. Received Ant Fong X10. The Queen Ant unleashes another move, Sonic Attack, and blood begins to flow. Continuing, the Queen Ant uses her Roll Up and Summon Ant Army skills. He calmly assesses, another extreme defense skill. It's really a waste of my time. Rise again, my warriors. Suddenly, a swarm of ants charges from a distance. He is bewildered. This is that Summon Ant Army skill. He chuckles softly. So there's such a thing. He speaks threateningly. You're not trying to rush to your death, are you? He immediately unleashes a powerful attack, Corpse Explosion, creating a whirlwind of lightning that strikes the queen ant directly. And so, the mission to exterminate the queen ant is complete. He gains a vast amount of experience and other weapons. Killed Desert Queen Ant, experience plus 800,000. Received silver grade weapon, Queen Ant's longsword. Received silver grade accessory, Queen Ant's ring. Received Queen Ant's egg. Give the Queen Ant's egg to a beast tamer to hatch, and you can get a Queen Ant. He muses, this large-scale dungeon, the items I got can be exchanged for quite a few points. Moreover, my experience has also increased significantly. The oasis and the ant nest helped my experience increase by 7 to 8%. The sun was already shining down, illuminating a perfect place for leveling up. But he knew, but my time is limited. I'll come back to farm experience later. Get the tyrant's heart first, then we'll talk. 2 hours later, in another place in the desert, sometimes I can see the sun. A skeleton is fighting a giant centipede that's as big as a house. He exclaims in surprise, this is inside a palace. A lion man is sitting on a throne with an extremely relaxed posture. That is the tyrant lion, a world-class leader. He thinks to himself, it seems I've found the right place. The place he has come to is a city with castle-like architecture. A desert lion archer stands on the palace wall. He notices their stats are all stronger than the soldier ants and flying ants in the ant nest. The system displays Desert Lion Archer, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 29, Strength 5,000, Agility 6,500, Spirit 1,500, Vitality 4,500, Skill, Perfect Shot. Next is the Desert Lion Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 28, Strength 6,500, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Vitality 5,000. They are training in a rhythmic manner. He analyzes an orderly formation. It seems we can't apply the same tactics as at the oasis and the ant nest. He slowly draws his scythe, confidently saying, but I also know how to form a formation. He summons a new warrior, a necromancer, who summons a spirit general, another powerful warrior of his with a command skill. He orders, come out, my warrior. He controls his warrior, conveying his will, carry out my will, lead my warriors to attack them. Remember to subscribe to the channel for notifications. Both the skeletons and the spirit general have received their orders, preparing to hunt the lions. A lion suddenly detects a surge of power from afar and growls menacingly. Thousands of arrows fly straight towards that palace, an attack true to its name, Perfect Shot. Because the arrows had struck the lion's den, a chaotic battle broke out here. Sparks flew, and the lion stood there dumbfounded, not understanding the situation, when the entire structure collapsed in an instant. He says, unfortunately, their bodies fell into the fortress, so I can't lock onto them. I can't use corpse explosion. He smirks, but then smiles, but luckily you all are here. They called out his name and continued to unleash furious blows. He suggests, half of the mages, come and open the gate for me. It's been so long, and you can't even break the fortress gate? He thinks again, I understand. This is a large-scale dungeon. Perhaps it requires team coordination or some special method to open the gate and meet the final boss. Suddenly, his eyes become dangerous. He says decisively, all interference with the dungeon's mechanics stems from insufficient firepower. Bring their bodies to the gate. He uses the corpse explosion technique, aiming straight at the lion's bodies. And a loud explosion rang out, shattering the fortress gate. He stood proudly before the city gate. Inside, a lion man is sitting comfortably, relaxing on his throne. That's right, it's the tyrant lion, a world-class leader, level 31, strength 13,000, agility 8,000, spirit 4,000, vitality 12,000, skills. Howl from hell, provoking fury, storm spin. He thinks to himself, so this is a world-class boss? It's really different from all the previous bosses. The lion looked small before, but why does it look so huge and intimidating when it stands up? Despite its majesty, he calmly says, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. It flies up and roars, unleashing its provoking fury skill, attacking his silver-ranked skeletons directly. And so, 2 skeletons were defeated. It's still roaring madly. He says loudly, "Stop it!" His side immediately unleashes 5 Thunder's Peak, causing a temporary paralysis effect, immobilizing it. Then he lets it go. He unleashes his power on it, and it slowly slows down, even though it could. He then turns and unleashes his Storm Spin move, and another 24 skeletons are defeated. He narrows his eyes, silently amazed. So strong. With this kind of attack power, I'm afraid even a professional knight couldn't withstand it. He shouts loudly, "Stop for me!" He uses chains to bind it, but it still manages to unleash its Howl from Hell technique. Another 14 skeletons are defeated. The chains are broken. He can't believe it. So my bone armor can only withstand it for less than 2 seconds? Even though bound by chains, the lion can still unleash its provoking fury skill. He says, "Although I have damage transfer and I'm not afraid, this one blow will probably wipe out all my skeletons." He raises his hand and creates a powerful flame of magic, soul flame, so that I can't find my way. Seizing the opportunity, the lion falls. He shouts loudly, "The opportunity is here. Everyone get up." The lion stands up with a furious expression, as if it wants to eat everyone alive. It frantically claws and tears, unleashing a furious blow, and another 14 of his skeletons are defeated. He continues to control the flame, telling himself, "Soul Flame cannot stop. If my mages hadn't been upgraded to silver rank this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fight it alone." And after 20 minutes of subduing the lion with various blows, he is silently happy. It seems it's almost done. In the end, it also falls. He watches it slowly fall, saying, "Tyrant, I acknowledge you. What comes around goes around." He has defeated the boss and received for himself a series of weapons and experience. Killed Tyrant Lion, experience plus 2 million. Received gold grade weapon, Tyrant's Battle Axe. Received gold grade weapon, Tyrant's Greatsword. Received gold grade weapon, Tyrant's Scepter. Received Tyrant's Heart. Next drop time, 1 year. Tyrant's Heart, special item, essential for crafting the Tyrant's Peak chain. A flash of light shot up with the word level up. He looked back, leveled up to 21. He ran his fingers through his hair and smiled faintly. I forgot I was only level 20 while fighting the Tyrant. The system panel appeared. Name, Ash. Level, 21. Strength, 330 plus 30. Agility, 330 plus 30. Spirit, 330 plus 30. Vitality, 1,500 plus 200. Skill, Summon Skeleton, Mage leveled up to 21. He stares at it with wide eyes, surprised. The Summoned Skeleton Mage skill leveled up too? Does this mean that after learning a skill, it will automatically level up with my level? He analyzes. If that's the case, then I have to train the remaining skills to max level soon. Otherwise, the higher the level, the harder it will be to train. It seems I still have to go to the Tyrant's Desert and rely on the results of the desert to cultivate my skills. At the communications department, another place, one person says loudly, 6 bells, 6 bells. How long has it been since I've heard 6 bells? Everyone in the room whispers. 6 bells means a large-scale dungeon has produced a new record. Who is it? A tall, dark-haired person says, "It seems this record was set by someone from our Bailey Academy." The young man speaking is named Bailey Shung, the nephew of the headmaster of Bailey Academy. Someone speaks up. "I remember that great god Ash also went in. Could it be him?" Bailey Shung frowns. "Ash? Who's that? Which academy's team does he belong to? How dare someone compete with our Bailey Academy for a record?" The person next to him leans in and whispers to him who Ash is. Suddenly, he bursts out laughing. "You said he went in alone? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? That's a large-scale dungeon for 40 people. Entering a large-scale dungeon alone." He He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The people around show their displeasure. So what? Can't one person enter a large-scale dungeon? Great God, Ash has already set 2 consecutive dungeon records. He doesn't know what he can do. He scoffs. What's the big deal about records from 2 low-level dungeons? He's only level 20 now, and large-scale dungeons aren't that easy to pass. This record definitely belongs to our Bailey Academy. In a moment, he gets a slap in the face that sobers him up. The golden system board flashes with a notification. The golden heart has dropped. Cooldown time, 364 days, 23 hours. Everyone is in an uproar. The tyrant's heart really dropped. I heard the tyrant combat power is very strong. If you can't kill it within an hour, you absolutely can't get the tyrant's heart. Although I'm a fan of Great God Ash, I'm afraid this record was set by Bailey Academy this time. Bailey Shung has a slightly ugly expression. He says proudly, "Not only did we set a new record, but we also got the tyrant's heart. From now on, our Bailey Academy will also have boss items." He talked too much, and it was so embarrassing. And as expected, the record for the large-scale Dungeon Tyrant's Desert has been refreshed. Ash, LV, 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, and 43 seconds. He and the others are stunned. It's Ash. The crowd shouts, "The great god is out." So powerful. I didn't expect it to really be him. Soloing a large-scale dungeon and setting a record. And his clearing speed is even faster than the entire Bailey Academy team. Thank you for the high praise, my hero. He grits his teeth, sweating bullets as he looks at him. You are Ash. He is thinking, I've got the tyrant's heart. I have to hand it over to Lord Bai quickly. Without answering his question, our hero leaves, only leaving behind his sentence. I'm sorry, I have something to do. The people in the hall are in an uproar. This time, Bailey Academy has really lost face. This matter will definitely spread throughout the academy tomorrow. Who told them to be so arrogant? A group of people who look so powerful. This time it's great, being pressed to the ground and stomped on by Great God Ash. The space gradually falls silent. One person speaks up. Did you guys notice? Great God Ash is only level 21, which means he entered the dungeon at level 20. A level 20 soloing a large-scale dungeon. Is this something a human can do? Another person wonders, so terrifying, is this the power of a necromancer? In Bai Yuan's office, he is looking at the clock. Ash, on the other end of the line, he announces, Lord Bai, I've got the tyrant's heart. He replies, it's okay if you can't find a team. I'll introduce you to some friends. He slowly reflects on the sentence he just said and is suddenly startled. Wait a minute, Ash. What did you just say? He replies to the previous words, I got the tyrant's heart. He thinks to himself, this kid, it hasn't been long since I gave him the mission, and he's already got the tyrant's heart. Aren't you surprised, old man? He quickly asks, where are you? He replies, I'm at the door of the dormitory building. At this time, it was already dark. He ended the call. Then he received a new system message, which was, received 5,000 points, 30 contribution points. He said, this reward is pretty good. It's a pity it can only be received once. Suddenly, a surge of power surrounded him, causing him to be bewildered. This is Lord Bai, that is, Mr. Meng. He respectfully greets. Ash pays his respects to Mr. Meng. The person he is greeting is the divine-level Grandmaster of Array Formations, Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen gently replies, come here and sit down. Bai Yuan cheerfully says, don't be nervous. Old Meng is a very easygoing person. Bai Yuan tells him, Ash, bring out the tyrant's heart. He replies, yes. The two men's eyes widened. Meng Anwen said, that's right, it's indeed the tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan was a little skeptical. You also did it alone this time. He calmly replied, as if there had been no battle, still alone. Hearing this, Bai Yuan asked him, what was your time? He replied, over 14 hours. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan looked at each other, finding it hard to believe. Meng Anwen smiled. Old Bai, you have to do what you promised. Bai Yuan reluctantly threw something to him. I don't need you to tell me. Here's your cooldown reset talisman. He is a little confused. A cooldown reset talisman? With it, my leveling speed will reach a new level. Bai Yuan says, Ash, do you want to enter the Genesis Academy? He says softly, yes, but I'm still short on a lot of contribution points. He thinks, setting 3 new records only got me 90 contribution points, but to enter the Genesis Academy, I need 1,000. He suddenly has an idea and says loudly, the original battlefield can use the cooldown reset talisman, right? He replies, it can. Why? Is there a problem with accepting this mission? He is serious. No problem. It seems I can clear the dungeon faster to get contribution points. He sees him off. All right, I'll take you back to rest first. After the opening ceremony, I'll take you to the original battlefield. He replies, thank you, Lord Bai. Under the moonlight, the two of them, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, chat. Meng Anwen says, is it appropriate to take him to the original battlefield so early? Bai Yuan replies with a proud expression, you saw it too. He can solo a large-scale dungeon. At only level 20, he's not much worse than some second-tier professionals. It's more suitable for him to practice on the original battlefield from early on. Hearing this, Meng Anwen falls silent, but he doesn't tell him that in the original battlefield, there are enemies of the human race. Ash lies on the forest floor resting. After clearing the dungeon for several hours, he can finally rest today. I'll rest well today, and tomorrow I'll go to the Tyrant's Desert to level up my other skills. The man in golden armor victoriously walks out and says, I'm back. The crowd outside cheers and says, the brown-haired man rubs his nose and shouts, look, the people from Bailey Academy are back. The fair-haired person next to him, with hands on hips, says, look at how happy they are. Do they really think they've set a new record? The man in black armor behind him laughs and says, there's a good show to watch. He laughs with amusement. The students of Bailey Academy cheer and say, today we have raised the time of our hard work to 15 hours and 58 minutes, setting a new record. Bailey Academy is mighty. The other people hear this and secretly cover their mouths and giggle. Suddenly someone realizes and says, wait a minute, Captain, something's not right. That person says to the man in golden armor, we didn't get the tyrant's heart. He repeats in confusion, who did this? The golden system board appears. Ash, LV, 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. The man reads the words and breaks out in a cold sweat, saying one person. The man seemed to recall his back and muttered, it was him, level 20, 14 hours. The man was completely unable to accept the truth and shouted, impossible. This is not possible. The team member next to him looked at the man worriedly and said, Captain, let's go back first. The man didn't listen and still shouted, he's only level 21, clearing the dungeon alone, and he's still faster than our Bailey Academy? The people around started whispering again that it was really unexpected. Bailey Academy was slapped in the face twice in one day, which was too funny. His face was beaten until it was rotten. Great God, Ash is really a beast. It seems Bailey Academy is really famous this time. The man immediately turned to look at the crowd and said, let's go. On the second day, Ash scratched his hair, sat up, and greeted the sunlight, sighing, my spiritual power has recovered. He walked to the main hall, thinking to himself, if I can find that kind of fruit in the desert this time, then I'll just level up my forbidden spell and bone armor to max level. Suddenly a man walked over, nodded, and asked him, are you Ash? That person gave a thumbs up, pointed behind him, and said, Senior Bailey, Shang wants to see you. Come with me. Ash directly ignored him and left. That man said in surprise, he ignored me again. He's got guts. Don't you know who Bailey Shang is? He frowned and turned back to reply, I don't know him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come himself. At this time, a notification appeared on the system board. Dungeon cooldown time, 9 days. Cooldown reset, 2,000 points. Enter dungeon, 500 points. He read the information on the board and fell into thought. A cooldown reset cost 2,500 points. That's right. Seeing him at the gate, the 8 people nearby immediately swarmed over. Look, is that the god, Ashenlin? Is he going to solo clear the Desert Tyrant dungeon again? The first time was just to get familiar with it. I wonder what new record he'll set this time. An archer spoke up. Miss Hannah, I still haven't finished my mission. Can you ask God Ashenlin to let us tag along for the dungeon clear? The big guy behind him also pleaded, scratching his head. Yeah, we can pay in credits. Seeing their desperate pleas, Hannah hesitated. Guys. Her friend beside her also tried to persuade her. That's right. If the god can clear it by himself, he can definitely carry us. We'll pay him back with credits. Hannah's eyes widened as they continued. Miss Hannah, we're begging you. We don't need any experience, equipment, or materials. Finally, her heart softened. All right, I'll ask Ashenlin for you. Meanwhile, the man